Girls from Team Unity, thank you so much for coming to the interview. Right now you are 2-1 up in the tournament. You played as a team the maximum of BO once, but now we have a chance to advance. How do you feel right before this first best of 3 for you?
Thank you for inviting me. I think we're looking forward to the match. I couldn't play for the past 5 days, so the team stood up really good against the teams they played, and I think we're all looking forward to playing KOLESIE.
Exactly as you said, you weren't able to play these past 5 days. What happened? What was the problem for you?
Yeah, so basically I had a vacation scheduled even before I joined Unity, so unfortunately I had to be off for 5 days. But now I'm back and I'm looking forward to hop back in.
Did you have time to watch these games, and is there anything you would like to say to Morisco, who jumped in and he played really good?
Yeah, that's amazing. He could go right back in. I think the boys worked with him a bit, some practices, and I also sent him some of my stuff that I had, so he's prepared for the matches and he showed up really good. So I'm really glad that it worked out.
Perfect. Today you are playing against KOLESIE, and they were putting a nice show against Alliance yesterday. Did you watch the match, and what is the preparation for this opponent?
So the preparation is pretty extensive. They're very dangerous team. They have some dangerous players, so we will do our best to prepare for them, and we all hope that it works out.
For you as a team, for you as a organization, how important for you is to get to Prague, to LAN, because you had a very difficult time, or the organization, not you exactly, but the organization had a difficult time. So how important is to get back on LAN?
The importance is very high to get on the LAN and to get the points we need, because lately for Unity it's been pretty rough time, because they've been I think they peaked at 80 or something on the VRS ranking, and they've been going downhill since then. So it's very important for us to get to the LAN and get the points needed, so we can get good tournaments. So I think everybody feels the importance to just go to the LAN and show our best.
Great, thank you so much for the interview and good luck for today's match.
Yeah, thank you. See you.
From Team KOLESIE, thank you so much for coming to the interview. You had a chance yesterday to advance directly to the LAN, but sadly for you it didn't work out. So how do you feel about the match now?
I'm pretty confident that we're gonna advance to the Prague, but overall, yesterday match it was tough. We know that Alliance gonna be very tough opponent and probably the best in this qualifier. So with my better performance on second or third map, probably we could have chance to beat them. But yeah, it went bad. Today we have Unity, and I feel we're gonna beat them.
But still, you did put up a nice show against a higher ranked team than yourself. Was that a boost to your confidence, or are you regretting it right now?
Overall, we are a little bit regretting that we didn't show better on last 2 maps. We had chance, like I said, to beat Alliance and advance with 3-0. Now we need to play more matches, and could be better. Yeah, could be better.
Yeah, definitely. But there is a chance for you to get more VRS points, maybe. How do you feel about your today's opponent, Team Unity? They are back in their full roster. So what is the preparation against them?
Like previously, probably we're gonna watch some demos and play versus them like we played previously. Last time we beat them 2-1, and we comebacked last map, so it was also pretty tough, but we won. And today, for sure, we're gonna have more confidence than previously.
For you, as for a Polish team, how important for you is to be high in the rankings, not only maybe for the major, but for the representation of Polish CS community and for rivalry between Polish teams?
Yeah, it's very important for us to be high, but to be honest, we have upcoming clans now. We don't have max VRS points from LAN wins, so I'm pretty confident that we're gonna be higher in VRS pretty soon.
Great. Good luck with that, and thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you very much.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, Chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Tati, už jsem to vymyslel. Nemusíme tady mrznout, už vím, jak můžeme letat.
No to půjde těžko bez křídel.
Máš pravdu, ale proto tady mám Red Bull. A ten nám dá křídla. Stačí, když se napije.
Aha, a jak asi?
Ale tati, prostě se napij. Počkat. A co to je?
Co to je? 40 pod nulou to je? Nebo jsi smyslel, že tady zůstáváme jen tak pro zábavu?
Red Bull vám dává křídla, ale jen když ho piješ.
Another day in the Conquest of Prague as our 16-team tournament has been cut down to just 12 in the Swiss stage. Round 4 begins today. My name's Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwayne as per usual for today's action. How you doing, man?
Look, keen to continue the best of threes only because we've already had quite a lot of teams that have shown up in, let's say, good successes. I think it was quite impressed by some of the performances over the last few days. And now just to see if they can follow it on, try and see if they can qualify to the LAN.
Indeed, and only best of threes from here on out. The best of ones are all done and dusted there. Round 3 was the last one we saw, and round 3 ended yesterday. As I said before, round 4 begins today, so it's only best of threes from here on out, and all do or die for several teams involved. Yesterday's proceedings did see our second qualifier to the LAN, of course, in Alliance that take down the KOLESIE side, and Fnatic stay alive over Qual 4 in the second best of 3 of the day. So if you missed anything, then that's kind of what we need to catch you up upon, and we'll catch up on the tournament as a whole so far, because Johnny Speeds are eliminated alongside Qual 4 in the bottom group. Sinners also fell to Sashi, so it's Alliance and Sashi that currently are in the tournament proper. And now we move on to look at our 2-1 and 1-2 games. So it's all about promoting out of the Swiss or being eliminated from the competition from here on out.
Indeed, and getting a good seed going into those playing games, I think, are going to be critical. Always want to try and go 3-1. Always want to take the opportunity while it's here. For both the likes of Alliance and for Sashi, they'll have the freedom now of just relaxing, kicking their feet up and watching how the rest of the games go out in the draw.
And for Alliance, the confidence knowing that now, kind of by proxy, you are the tournament favourites here. We had them, Sinners and Eyeballers, all as our top 3 teams, them and Sinners particularly being within the top 2 regions. Sinners couldn't make it through their best of 3. Alliance did, and now with them being in top seed, it's going to have to return from the Sinners camp to try and get it into the play-ins in today's matchups. Before we get to them versus Young Ninjas, though, Unity and KOLESIE will look to kick things off to find our first team that makes their way into the play-in stage.
And for Unity, they've got a whole region on their back, right? Being the only Czech representatives, Sinners have got the organization, they've got the players, but they've got the team. I think for Unity, this tournament might be their most important of the entire year. I know that we have, let's say, perspective of Tier 2 squads trying to grind, get towards Tier 1, get to the major. If you're Unity, you want to be here in the Czech Republic. You want to be the team that is represented at Prague, and they've got a chance to do so if they can push on with these next few wins.
They've got to go the long way around, though. Got to win today's matchup against KOLESIE and, of course, the play-in stages as well, where they may have to go down to even a second best of 3 on top of this current one that they've got and all here. So coming down to the ceilings, coming down to how things will pan out across the tournament proper, like you said as well, Dwayne, a lot of things to really focus on when it comes to getting that favoritism for the Unity side. Again, they're up in action first and foremost on today's broadcast. And for KOLESIE on the contrary side of the board, when we saw them yesterday, they did look pretty decent against the Alliance camp, taking a map away from them, even if Alliance did end up taking a pretty handy series from map 2 onwards.
They absolutely farmed them out on Nuke. We saw Malo9 being a pretty capable A anchor. He was putting up a lot of multi-frags, but Innocent and the boys were just scaling outside, hitting ramp. They were all over Alliance. Now, it's a bit of a shame they couldn't quite hold weight for very long in map 2 and in map 3. I know a friend was talking about it a little bit in the interview. If he stepped up, if he had a better performance, maybe that series was winnable. I think you can be quite happy with the performance you put up there. And now going up against a much weaker opposition, you'll think that this is the perfect draw to be able to get a win and go into those playing games.
Indeed, right? Like, look, for both of these two teams, there is a lot of sort of question marks around their particular projects. Unity obviously have had the rotating door, several players in, several players out, stand-ins and all. Obviously, Quotes are going to be in the team today, so we won't have any issues when it comes to the full 5-man lineup. Against KOLESIE's side, though, we don't know if the project is going to exist for very much longer at all. They are in a position where we don't know if they're going to get an organization, if they're going to end up dropping down and staying in this like August position, if they're going to get into ELO hell. They're currently within the top 100 barely at the moment on HLTV's calculations of the VRS. And so for the KOLESIE camp, you need to sort of get these wins just as much as Unity do, I want to say.
It's very true. And I think for KOLESIE as a whole, they just have to look over at the ESC organization, dropping the polls over there and saying, it's not just us, right? There's a lot of teams right now in the mid-pack to low end of Tier 2 that are getting dropped by organizations. There's not a huge amount of financial support coming in. So it puts pressure on results. And you're going up against a Unity side today where we've got a head-to-head. We've got a team that, let's say, compete at very similar levels to one another. Now, I would tend to normally back KOLESIE. I think if this was any other tournament, I would give the polls favoritism. But because this is a qualification to a Czech LAN, I think Unity are going to be hungry for it today. I think it's going to be that extra fire underneath them to really push on with 2 high and Quirts in the roster to try and get the one up against Innocent.
And a match as well that only took place a couple weeks ago. Like, you got such a recency in terms of the results that Unity would really love to try and get revenge from that last matchup, which was during the Lorgar rankings, the close qualifier for that event that qualified the KOLESIE side directly to a LAN event. So their notion of like, right, we've missed out on one LAN, we're not going to miss out on this one. It's hometown territory, it's ours to take. And even though this match won't qualify you to the LAN directly, it is an opportunity to make it into the next stage of the tournament, which we certainly will do in the case of the Unity side. So with that matchup being so close last time out, there is a serious chance that Unity have adjusted well enough to try and turn the result back in their favor this time over.
And that last matchup was on the 10th of April. Now, one day prior, it was public information that K1 Feeder was going to be benched. Now, he still competed in that best of three. Now we've got the likes of Too High that's pretty much doing the calling for the side. You've got Quirts that's coming in. So, yes, Unity haven't had, let's say, a huge amount of practice time together. We saw that with even Morisco playing a couple of the best of ones. But for Unity, that last best of three, I mean, you're expecting the exact same outcome, aren't you? An Inferno ban for the Poles, a Nuke ban coming through from Unity, an Ancient pick to come through from the Czechs, and then probably a Dust 2 pick again to come in from KOLESIE, get that Decider and Mirage, and just make it exactly the same.
Yeah, it looks pretty similar to how the last map, last series went down. I will appreciate the Nuke ban, of course, in from the Unity side, not just because it is their perma, but also because that was the map that KOLESIE took over Alliance during their upper match during the last round here. So no key strengths out for the KOLESIE campaign. Should still play rather nicely from the Polish side, and they got dragged out to overtime last time it was played in the best of three. So still could be a chance for KOLESIE to also counteract, because that was the map loss on their part of things. That was what Unity got the start in the best of three here. So there is still some closeness involved, even with the map ups in mind.
And even the Dust 2 yesterday from KOLESIE, I think their first half was pretty abysmal. They were really struggling against just defaults. So that's where Innocent needs to, let's say, have a chat with Friend, think about how they need to get a little bit more impact out of that AWP, think about how they want to fundamentally exchange themselves against this Unity side. Because when you've got a head-to-head that was very close 2 weeks ago, and you get a rematch for a very important series, very important tournament for the two, I think both teams could probably 2-0. I think both teams could come in and try and steal the game away early. So I'm expecting it to be competitive again. I just want to back Unity because of the tournament and because of the foundations of this going towards a Czech LAN.
I can feel your perspective on that one, especially the history notion. Again, Unity have had plenty of time to readjust with the map veto being exactly the same. There is some serious opportunities that they can make up for their losses in the previous head-to-head. My thing is for KOLESIE, though, they're kind of fighting for their futures in every single match that they're playing, because they're orgless. We don't know what the future looks like. They're losing players into other bigger projects within the Polish scene, and also just doing the international space as well. So therefore, like, every result really counts for this side, because there's going to become a point where you're not going to get those invites to events like this or to the main Swisses of the CTTs. Unity have already got that outside of top 100 ranking to where they aren't going to be in contention in general. KOLESIE are fighting to keep that contention as well. So there is pressure against both sides in my eyes for this kind of match.
Yeah, there is, and that's going to happen with a lot of orgless projects. Now, it's pretty obvious to the majority of viewers that watch Tier 2 regularly, these kind of teams just bank on prize money, don't they? And they hope that the VRS ranking is going to try and push them up. Now, KOLESIE play LAN in a handful of days. Look, if they have a good performance there, they can skyrocket from 90. They could probably get themselves within 40, 50, 60 in the world, depending on how the placement goes. And for Unity, I mean, they had to come through the Czech-Slovak Open qualifier here. They've only played one LAN this entire year. This is very critical for them to just get back to an offline environment and show the likes of Mikey and Neofrag that they've still got it, especially when it comes to that LAN.
Well, KOLESIE won this best of three out last time in this kind of context. I feel like Unity are going to give us a bit of a fight, but I'm still going to back the Poles here, have that tiny little bit more faith, but it is going to be a close affair, in my opinion.
Unity know that they need to get as much out of Quirts now that he's back, because we had, Morisco playing the first couple of games against Alliance and Clutch Chain. Quirts was there for the Eyeballers matchup. So the lineup's a little bit all over the place at the moment for Unity. Now that you've finally got a best of three, you've got to show what the addition of Too High and Quirts is going to make to this organization.
For KOLESIE, the watch out for Delaney and Exist, who did God's work throughout the course of that best of three against the Alliance side. Those are the two men that may well deliver the impact as they get to their CT side start of Ancient. The pistol round is live. And Delaney currently the solo holder of the backlines on B.
Delaney just searching, but knows that he can't be too aggressive in case of a walk contact. Now, the Cave players have made a little bit of noise, at least getting into the first stage. There's got some util from Too High, so that can go quite deep. I'd imagine that Mikey might even try and smoke off deep CT, try and take deep map control towards long, rather than just getting into the bomb site.
And they'll slowly walk their way up. Check behind in terms of the lane access. Belaney on long, his USP just aiming down towards the cave position. Utility up. Smokes towards both entry paths here. Belaney is going to wait it out. Flashbangs are sent forward and Woozy will now get to the bomb site. B is under siege and Belaney is going to take that first headshot from beyond the smoke. Woozy is going to drop.
A very good start. Now that molly from too high should get used, or you'd expect to go for the post. They're actually going to try and take long. They're going to have to try and go through their own smoke here.
Lean forward to too high. Neo frag just behind him. Belaney in towards the back lanes, got utility at the ready. Too High's got so many face around the corner. He sees the chaos and threat. Quirts and Too High get kills, and alongside Mikey's casualty. Clock you gets two back at the duel. Sets. Quirts will trade him. It's all Belaney now. 1 versus 2. He started the round, but he cannot finish it. Quirts will close him down, and Unity will take the pistol.
And that looked very uncomfortable for Unity. They weren't at the advantage at all in that pistol. They used the deeper molly. They scale out towards long. There's quite a bit of separation with the spacing. But Quirts, the man that we're all looking to see, ends up getting a triple kill. So it's a very good start from Unity to win the pistol.
The pistol round they started the last best of 3 with as well on T side of Ancient. And got the first couple of rounds before KOLESIE rather really got involved. So history repeating itself twice over now. In broken investment state for the KOLESIE side. Marie won't repeat itself exactly. Into a 3-0 start for Unity instead. And got the SMG for Mars on Belaney, upgrades on pistols for everybody else.
Just scaling mid up against the anti-force buy, taking quite a lot of map control, smoking off red, smoking off donut. And Quirts is just left as the extremity. Make sure that if there's any B pressure that you try and stall, you put damage up. And rather than an insertion out towards cave, they walk down double ramp and instantly that rifle it just domes them. Doesn't even take any damage back in the response. The round's over already.
Easy pickings. Unity. Cleaning out all elements here pretty easily of that. The AKs in particular, Quirts with the triple. 6 kills already. This force buy round looks a lot more like a basic eco, honestly. Friend grabbing that FAMAS, may have to hold it into the next round here. I mean, every little helps for KOLESIE at this early portion of the matchup. And I mentioned eyes on Belaney and exists because of the top performers. Eyes on Friend to see whether he can make up for his poor performance against the Lions.
And Poor is even being, let's say, quite easy towards him, right? He dropped 17 kills in an entire best of 3, 30.6 ADR, a .62 rating. It was an abysmal showing. Now, you do get certain players that can get outclassed against the better teams. That's just a fraction of playing in Tier 2, especially against those top squads. You get punished a lot more. But he's still an experienced player, and he knows that that's not on, that he needs to be so much more of a foundation, especially as an AWPer out of any role. This series is going to be critical for not only his place in the team, but also the place in the tournament for KOLESIE.
Pressure on both sides to win this matchup, and it will only get greater on the team that has to move to round 5. Unity. So far, so good on the starting advantage. The upgrades are minimal on the part of KOLESIE. The upgrade pistol from Friend to get passed off to exist. The FAMAS will stay. The man that recovered it. Heavy-handed towards the mid position for KOLESIE's part. Unity playing away from that default. A lot of lane access and control towards that B bomb site. Neo frag does get a dink in the process of challenging Friend, but Friend will ultimately lose his life.
All about timing on just how much distraction Innocent can do to set up this flank. Now, I'm not expecting very much because Clocku's the only player that's got something. Problem is that FAMAS has got no armor, so the aim punch is going to be an issue.
Zis 5-7 does land a decent dink onto the first of Woozy. Neo frag and Quirts tagged up as well. Bomb plant will be secured, and as you mentioned from here, shouldn't be much left for the KOLESIE side. Innocent's got no Kevlar, Clocky's got no Kevlar, no HP. Makes it easy for Mikey to get that kill in his 3rd of the game. And FAMAS useless here for KOLESIE in this round. Has best to hold on to it for the next. The full rifle sets are inbound now for the Polish camp.
34th best of 3 in the last 3 months on HLTV for Unity, and the 18th time that Inferno comes out, or Ancient comes out rather than the Inferno, I should say. It's one of the maps that they pick it so much recently. There's a lot of tape on them. And I think when you've got a head-to-head that came in, let's say, quite recently, and Ancient is just coming in best of 3 after best of 3, there's going to be a little bit of anti-strat that KOLESIE are going to do, Sparrow and Edison, to try and get a bit of a feel on how they want to conduct themselves, especially when we go more towards the gun round than, let's just say, the pistols and the anti-forces. KOLESIE know that this is very stealable. This is a very good map for us. We play it quite frequently, so let's come in, let's try and see if we can 2-0 the series. Let's not get pushed towards all rounds of regulation and overtimes like we did last time.
Unity now face the full die of KOLESIE. AWP's in mind, but Quert straight up and into the bomb site. Kill found on B. The first man, second player to fall. Isolated individuals finally gets traded back by KOLESIE as Friend strikes out the AWP elsewhere towards the A bomb site. Man, that was a lot of threat generated by a single man, and Quert is clearly back.
Indeed he is. Only posted a 0.71 rating across the last 2 Ancient officials on Unity. But right now he's being a playmaker. He's been given a lot of respect to create impact out to B. Now, it's a shame that they couldn't over-rotate those mid and A players. That's what they were trying to do. Get some pressure up on B, walk out A. This is still very recoverable from the poles now.
Smokes will keep them suppressed again on the defensive line. Unity will trade blows with the pistol, the bullets rather, I should say. Mikey's HG will eventually take down KOLESIE. Friend got tagged up in the exchange. Exists keeping up the backstabs. Now the man advantage is tipped away. Unity KOLESIE's chances have gotten a lot thinner from here. Friend trying to search, but should have been hard. The Molotovs will cover him. Exists being watched at this ramp entrance. Fight won by Woozy, and Friend now has to escape. Another round for Unity's board.
Friend just no option but to hold on to that big green. And at least Querts can look at that and say, well, my 2 kills weren't just wasted. We ended up getting the exec forward. He ended up winning the round. Friend might just have a little look in, see if he gets the kill in quickly to the ramp player. No, Woozy doesn't make sure that he gets out towards the B doors or backs off from lane entirely. So there's always someone defending the bomb side. 4-0. Now, this is going to be a very confident start from Unity, especially with how the players are feeling. Got to remember, even in that one, I mean, Mikey was still using it as a bonus, right? He had a MAC-10 out in elbow. So now that they've got proper money forward, and he couldn't have asked for a better start.
Unity in the driver's seat, no doubt about it. Mikey's still going to hold on to the MAC-10 because why upgrade it at this stage? You haven't gone down yet. Could still find a bit of a payday with only 1 player having a helmet on KOLESIE's part. I think his MAC-10 is backed up from the elbow. Actually leaning in towards the mid-access. KOLESIE have players heavy-handed in towards mid and the A bomb site. A heavy on the defensive in general here. 3 players now formed up to try to search main, and they could well find the AWP and the bomb with it. They're not going to overextend to look directly or take main control.
Well, Friend is going to have the shadow advantage, and he's also going to have a bit of a distraction of that rotation. There was noise being made from those 2 players in CT backing off.
Her dropping off himself, smokes in the way. AK picked up. Blind taps of that 5-7. Does get gifted a MAC-10 here, so you can try and use that by covering fire. Meanwhile, in mid, Belaney sees heads, can only take damage. Near frag tech to 15 points of health now. Too High starts to act out towards that bomb site via Donut. He's drawn all sorts of attention back into the CT forces, though. Man advantage held, nearly taken back by Belaney's casualty. Molotov sent up. Nice angle to take right there from Mikey. Forcing them away, but still not able to get any kills here.
And Mikey's just waiting for them to fight aggressively towards A, and there's going to be a lineup. He doesn't quite control the spray to get 2, and Woozy's been able to cut rotation. Now there's a pathway to be able to split A quite comfortably.
KOLESIE's low HP and testing the waters with Mikey. Bombs on his way in from the A main position, so Mikey's going to have to lead the charge up. KOLESIE should get overwhelmed. Run down by the pistol. PT-50, Woozy takes him out now. Exists M4. He denied the bomb part at the right moment. Molotov's going to force him forward into a fight, which he wins, but covered off to the right-hand side. Too High will take him down, and Unity will maintain their 5th.
For any of the viewers at home, we don't see that molly very frequently thrown out towards tree, but there's a few lineups that you can throw. One close towards main that actually bounces up. Another one is a jump throw that hits off of the lip of the window. The only reason we don't see it being thrown often is that a lot of the time it's just A pressure, isn't it? And normally you just trade 1-for-1 against that tree guy. But because it was an eco, they're expecting the counter boost to get a player back up there. Very well done from Mikey.
I'm surprised, honestly, with how powerful that position is, that you wouldn't use it more often. In this case, it did do well for the Unity side, and eventually leading into another good rifle round, this time with no bonus weapons, all AKs, AWPs across the board, and cash to spare. One kill came down early, but Exist will get traded back. So it's a 4-on-4 in the initials. Unity very spread, with mid control being the most crucial part of their default here.
It gets very silent from Unity. They've had some aggressive moves, but they've also been quite happy to cancel certain rounds, just run the clock. They've been walking mid so frequently on these contacts. Innocent and Friends. Now, you'd expect for the AWP to try and get one. Multi-fragging getting two is not going to be easy, though.
Especially going to get Molotov to the left-hand side of Donut. Doesn't spread towards this back wall, though. Oh, Woozy just still peeks him directly and wins the fight outright. No need for util support. ClockU now joined by Innocent. Starts searching, seeing that bomb. ClockU will try and engage against Too High, take him down. Quirks will also drop. Hey Cheese don't quite finish the job, but Innocent has fallen towards Mikey, so 2-on-2 established. Now the second man has joined the last defender here. Woozy's Tech9 can take down ClockU. Low HP to do with Belaney, and Belaney still loses the fight to Woozy, who posts up a 9th kill of the game for him with an AWP in hand. 6-0 for the Unity side. They are tearing through Ancients.
Indeed they are, and you're just starting to get that vibe of when Woozy was playing against the Eyeballers in that very first round, taking a lot of fights, being really quick with that AWP. Great scope in with the scale against Donut, against Friend as the AWP that was posted on the sightline. And then that's not an easy connection for the very last kill. We're getting some very good individual moves from Unity right now, and KOLESIE can be honest with themselves and say these rounds are very competitive. We probably could have stolen that eco when we had mass players towards A. We probably should have even converted that last round, but then you look up at the score and you realize the game's just running away from you.
Woozy's had a hell of a round there. Didn't even realize he got 4 kills. First one beyond the smoke, second the Ego peek into Donut, third the Tech9 peek out of Donut, and then the AWP kill to close. One man making all the difference in that round. A wonderful start for the Unity side, and I wouldn't have been shocked if this was a tactical pause right here with the KOLESIE side, because they've found little to no success in the round wins. They've done as much as they can do, but even that any damage can't really be considered because the economy is so well built right now for Unity. KOLESIE fighting from a major back foot now.
But the problem that KOLESIE are finding is they're never getting opening picks and holding on to that. Anytime they've been able to, let's say, aggress down from mid, put pressure towards elbow, try and walk in towards B, it's always been Unity either even or the man up, and then they freeze. The Poles need to just get a little bit more from some of their players. And if you're Unity, you're thinking about how competitive the last time the best of 3 was played out 2 weeks ago. You now look at this and you think, right, we're coming for the 2-0. We're coming for some serious impact.
Well, Epic in this series is going pretty confidently for them. So far, so swimmingly. 6-0 advantage with plenty of cash and reserves. SMG's out for a hero M4 buy on KOLESIE's part. Need to try and keep their own economy in check. Unity have a perfect chance to steamroll them once again here. A little bit wary about some sort of shenanigan going on with KOLESIE breaking up momentum in the pause. Quartz will not go for the wide face against that SMG. He'll try some blind shots. Too High will take the directive engagement, but not get the kill.
That AWP has been posted out there towards the big box for ages. Now, eventually it has been seen, but it's just the mid-walk again. Now, we've not seen deep red insertion towards CT Spawn just yet. Normally, they're taking mid and pressing towards Donut. So this is something slightly different from NeoFrag.
Mikey fights well on Friend. Pistol that peeked in to try and get the main access. Can it clear it out and recognize that nobody's there, but rotations are very, very fast indeed of the T side. Or clear out Donut. Back in from mid. ClockU and Innocent on defensive. SMG is low on the secondary of those two players. ClockU's first contact will try and engage from high. Fighting as best he can, but from range, really can't hit the accurate shots. Mikey and Quirtz will clean them up. NeoFrag on the backstab. One will just about catch that one player from beyond the smoke. Blaney will draw. Exist will hold on to the M4.
Just look at the deaths as well that's being hit here from Unity, especially against some of the more aggressive players. I mean, Mikey is really lurkish. He's been sitting the majority of rounds outside of elbow, outside of A. He's only died once. Woozy's been involved in a lot of trade frags. He's only taken 2 deaths. And then Quirtz, I mean, he's been the aggro man. He's been the guy that's clearing a bit more space, contacting towards front side of cave, up ramp. Only 3 for him, and then it's Neofrag and 2 High that have just been facilitating quite a lot with utility. KOLESIE 0-7 exist. You just got to look at some of these rounds and think, well, at times we've been able to drop quite a few players. They've not had many players alive, and then others, like this one, I mean, we've not even got a single kill.
Just tearing through the opposition. Seven in a row, no resistance at all from KOLESIE. The matchup that they were able to drag them out with the distance on last time they played it. 19-17 win for Unity. They were forced to work for that Ancient in the previous best of 3. Only a couple of weeks ago when that went down, clearly they've done some work in the back rooms and improvements in the prac service, because this isn't even close at the moment.
Well, last time they got, what, 5 rounds on their T side in the first half? They've already got 7. So from this point, you're probably expecting 8-4, 9-3. I think you'd be pretty happy with that. If you could push on even further, then of course that's a bonus. KOLESIE have got the AWP up and had it in a few rounds from Friend, but we've not seen any impact out of him. And it tells you that Cloku is, what, the B player? He's on 5. Yeah, not getting anything.
That's the top fragger of KOLESIE too. Look at this, straight in for Neofrag. This time put down by KlockU and Exist. Quad's back on a returning frag though. He's got his 10th kill of the game right there. 11, not quite a big of a stretch for him. KlockU with that responsive. Mikey is going to hold and apply the brakes here back at elbow. The smokes start to clear in a moment or two. Will he catch that from Mars peeking forward of it? Yes, he will. That's 1 kill and overextension offered up by KOLESIE's part. The bomb's also got easy access. There's no one on the A defense right now, but Woozy will be left unsupported.
This is so winnable for the T side. They've just got to be really slow about it. Now, Woozy needs to create space, but he also needs to cut a rotation. So this AWP could potentially drop the bomb over to his teammate and then try and, let's say, post aggro towards Temple.
Applying the bomb already with the Molotov support. The smoke will cover off the access towards CT. Post plant will see the AWP watching Donut, the AK back at main. Is he going to account for the backstab? Yes, he will, but he can't deal with the casualty. Woozy seeing nothing coming in from mid. Flashbang against him, turned away from shot, missed out on the first contact. Secondary, the Molotov's bent back towards the position. Friend's going to catch him exposed in the open, head turned to the side. And there will be an opening round for KOLESIE at last.
Well, we just have an elbow pop that comes through from Unity, and those are the kind of rounds that are quite 50-50. When you've got the CTs fighting for mid heavily, when you've got the Ts coming out elbow, it's just basically who can win that first contact, who wins that first shot, and you basically demolish each other. I mean, Quert, he needed a seriously uncomfortable double kill. I mean, the first one is understandable, but the second one towards Donut is never easy. KlockU even plays an off angle rather than, let's say, tucking in the corner or playing behind the totem or even being wide on the face. He's actually in front of the totem, so that makes it even more uneasy for the crosshair placement.
Finally, a chink in the armor of Unity. Been flawless up until this point. Neofrag try and take that advantage right back, unable to land a spray onto KlockU, who's now consistently winning these fights here in mid. The AK in his hands definitely supporting that. Denison takes down Quertz, and, well, I guess caught with utility enhancer. KlockU makes a secondary easy frag. A 5-on-2 instantaneously for KOLESIE. They're dealing with this mid-aggression, these mid-takes of Unity starting to collapse here.
But they get very lucky there because Friend is throwing the insta-elbow smoke from spawn, and he misses it. He ends up not throwing it. So that would have been communicated, we don't have an elbow smoke. So what the CTs tried to do is have a deeper molly instead to just basically barrage the T side, do not allow them easy space. That missed as well. So when you don't have a smoke coming in, when you don't have the incendiary being landed, you would give all the advantages in the world there from Unity, work elbow, exploit that mistake, and instead, they're just not really working picks at all. So KOLESIE can count their lucky stars.
I'll post up that second on the board. Mikey really can try and survive with the AK in hand. Does go almost catch a player, but Friend comes in the back lines and deals with him before he loses his life. That's a couple of AKs saved now to the CT side. The third one just got recovered there at the end. Either way, they're in the driver's seat in terms of momentum. And in this game at last, can they keep control of that? For now, though, Unity have only conceded 2 out of the total that's been scored so far in this half. 9 still being played out means that they've got 7 towards their board still. Advantage pretty heavy, too high, trying access towards Cave, seeing Innocent, can't quite get him down, eventually does do so with flashbangs getting in the way, but still he lands that wallbang shot. And Unity are on the starting foot again.
And they were expecting Blaney to go aggro towards ramp, so they've tried to molly him off there. Now he is super in the open. What he really needs is a flash from a teammate, try and peek towards ramp. He needs to do something.
Trying to extend out, catches the timing on the AWP, forced away by the presence of the AK from that long access. Moves in here, his footsteps, sees that boost being set up and nearly takes 3 down. Only 2 full quirts on 4 HP. That one move has turned it into a 3-on-3 with a major advantage for KOLESIE here.
Perhaps Unity just doing a little bit too much there. They've got themselves a very quick opening man advantage. Rather than just pack, grouping, execing, they just try and slow the round down. They go for a triple boost, and it's a very good timing for Blaney. A Neofrag versus Exist out towards Red Room. This is pure timing for both of them.
And it's going to be Exist that gets the better of it. Quirts will swap out to an AK, try getting to the bomb site with smokes on towards long, Molotovs sent towards Wood. That will force the player around to the open. Clock Q. Dan's going to lose his teammate to Mikey. An excellent shot, that AK. Move up, AK deals with the first. Second man's right around that corner there. Found by Exist from range. KOLESIE will maintain control of the third.
And it definitely was a slow start from KOLESIE, but I do look at how some of those rounds went in where they almost converted, but let's say lost the clutch to Woozy when he got the 4K in from Donard. I think this scoreline could have been a lot closer, and I truly believe that if Innocent is able to make this completely undefeated, get themselves up to 5, KOLESIE will still feel that Ancient is winnable. They'll still think that they're in a position to threaten map number 1 of the series, that they've given such a good start to the opposition, and then they've answered back.
Excellent stance again from the mid-access. Clock Q and Exist starting to combine well enough. Get a second kill on Clock Q. He's turning up the heat, finding his own performance in 12 kills deep in this map up, turning the attention away from Unity and towards his side of KOLESIE. Money may well be broken. The checks here in a moment's time. Walk forward of 2 high, not being seen by Blaney. Now he has done, takes his backup dancer though. Backup of his own teammate with support. Innocent provides the assist. Blaney gets the second kill. Mikey in a 1v5, can't win it. As great as he is, this is a bridge too far. Still able to take as many out as possible, but it won't make a difference to the final round of the half. Walking off lost bonus alone for Unity. KOLESIE still have 2 AKs and plenty of return on the CT side.
And when you consider that Innocent, the Cave player, the in-game leader for the polls, is 2-11, he's getting bullied right now towards Cheeto. They're giving away a lot of kills towards the B player, making it really uneasy. It's everybody else that's stepping up. The mid players are doing really well. I think it was great repositioning coming through from Blaney. He just doesn't overstep the marker towards long, does he? Even though he wants to commit towards a fight, commit to the kill, he also needs to know, I need to draw them in. I need to set that crossfire up with my teammate that's coming in on rotation from short. And Unity had a serious threat towards the start of this matchup, but now you just start feeling that all of their aggro moves are getting denied. We're seeing a lack of bomb plants. We're seeing rounds over within, what, the first 20, 25 seconds. So this quick pace that they're trying to bring in these last couple, just not working.
Tactical taken by the Unity side for the first time in this matchup. KOLESIE have not only stalled out this momentum, they've been able to threaten some of their own. Could still be an 8-4 half for Unity, but 7-5 is definitely on the table. KOLESIE would love that outcome. 1B to their advantage, but it would be the same scoreline as the last map-up's opening half. Return this from what was looking like a very, very awkward start in the series to one that could still turn back here on this Ancient. Clock Q finds Micah to kick things off. Quirts. SMG supported by his teammates in the mid-access.
But they don't have much space, and that was a very good extremity kill. Clocker gets up to 14. And I think we're just seeing the AKs just putting up damage after damage on this city side. What a timing this is from Innocent too.
The SMG player on the back lines, 5-on-3. And Khalil will get the trade back from Woozy's part. AWP baited there by Friend. Batlines held, teammate inbound from the main control, and one more from CT as well. Smoke onto his position. By driving back, his friend leans up, shuts down the frag. KOLESIE also get caught with a headshot, but gets that kill alongside Blaney dealing with too high. And indeed, KOLESIE will make it 5 on the trot to turn over a 7-5 half to the favour of their opponents in Unity.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
It was a very confident showing from Unity at the start of things. A 7-0 advantage that KOLESIE turned the heat up against. The KOLESIE locked in, an excellent opening half for his side, returning 5 in a row for KOLESIE that gives them a chance to make this still look close.
Well, I think for KOLESIE, they'll be quite proud of themselves towards the end there. It was not a great beginning. I would imagine that the vibes were down low, but now they've certainly accelerated up. And for Unity, there is going to be quite a bit of pressure against one of their newer players of Too High. How can he call them out of trouble? How can he try and unlock the rest of the guys to make sure that consistency is up? Neofrag, one of the highest rated players for Unity, 2 and 8. Not ideal going into a second half.
Tids about to step it up. Julie sets in from Mikey and Woozy. Get the first kill on Woozy, but he gets traded back by Friend. Mikey's low, backstab in from Elbow. Innocent waiting to pull the trigger. Just about gets that headshot in as Mikey falls in the meantime. KOLESIE have late flanked. Dealt with all. Neofrag, last man standing on the B attack. And Quirt's left out towards the mid-axis, hoping to cut that rotation, but now getting cut out of the round himself for the 6th in a row of KOLESIE.
You just start adding more pressure as these rounds go on. Nothing that Quirtz is going to be able to do about that one. KOLESIE, 15 wins and 7 losses in the last 3 months on Ancient. It's their second highest picked map in the pool. So while Unity, yes, it's their number 1, it's their go-to, you do expect good foundations from them. You can also expect the exact same thing from the opposition. Quirtz is hoping that he gets himself an exit frag, hopes that he can hold on to this armor, and he's going to get hunted from all the players, but it will survive. So 1 round is the difference. Unity now need to make the tough decision on whether they want to force buy or not.
What's the call here, boys? They are going to force the issue. Bring the fight back to the KOLESIE camp. Need to deal with those key stars, though. KOLESIE still storing ahead. Blaney starting to also get activated. Quirtz was making mincemeat of them in the opening stages of the last half. Now he's on the SMG for this round, but no chances to surge forward in the early round, and nothing presenting by KOLESIE and co.
Quirtz was 8-1 at a certain point, probably about 3 or 4 rounds into the game, and now 11-8. He's slowed down quite a lot. Blaney keeps it very slow towards the front side of lane. Unity have got themselves a very heavy stack towards B, which means mid is completely open. There's not much of a donut player. Neofrag needs to focus mid and A. So you've got to hope that this gamble is going to work out. You've got to hope that there's going to be some success coming from those B players.
And Neofrag checking left and right. Smoke's in the way. Push forward that smoke there over a donut. This will be a risky moment. Risky opportunity could be taken away from them, though. The mid search will yield nothing. They'll see nothing at all. But red room access has been conceded. The wrapping of the A bomb site needs to get a bomb carrier. No, doesn't pull the trigger. Waits for it more so. Will regroup with his teammates to go for the retake here.
Players aren't in good positions for the CT side. They don't have a kit. They've got a lack of util. This might have to just be a safe. That's so unfortunate. That timing looked great for NeoFrag.
Just not perfectly with it, though. A step behind. A moment too late. And a defensive that will not hold itself together. At least they get one exit frag, but it won't mean much here. KOLESIE locked in their 7th in a row to match the 7 in a row of Unity. Can they go one better?
I think they certainly can. Going to have a very limited upgrade around this saved in buy. Oh, KOLESIE are starting to run away with it now. And if you are Unity, you've just had so much freedom to start off in this game. Looks so dominating from them. But I think we've also noticed some very up and down performances in the tournament from them. They had a great upset against Eyeballers, but they were 12-3 up, and then it somehow went all the way to overtime. You then go up against Clutch Chain, and yeah, to win, should you really be going 13-10 versus retired players that are only coming back into the game? Should you really be getting 13-0'd by Alliance in a best of one? I think when you're up and down, and look, it probably comes to the lineup itself. Sometimes it's Morisco, sometimes it's Quirts. Too High's been in all of the officials. You look at the disappointing close qualifiers they've had recently, some of the best of threes. You never really know what Unity team you're getting on the day, and this looked to be a really promising one from the start, but now, I mean, all that hope's just disappeared.
You mentioned the potential to KOLESIE being able to 2-0 this series. I mean, for both teams, to be fair. And the way that they're surging back into life in this one, likely to take the lead with the current setup that the Unity have. The map that they beat them on in prior affairs, also waiting in the wings for map number 2. Feel like it's very possible that it could end up a simple affair for the KOLESIE camp. Belaney, in fact, the one player down from KOLESIE's part. The Deagles are able to work well with the Galil picked up. A 3-on-3 applied as Clock Q will trade back Woozy. Bombs on site, can't yet get planted. That lurk in towards lane may also present some potential man advantages as they're going to start searching in towards the B side. But the rotations coming in from Mikey will be completely irrelevant in that respect. Too high. Clock Q rotating back. That could draw him into a fight. Doesn't see anything. They're backing up passive.
As long as they play time here, Innocent's going to win the round. It's going to take him a while to get out towards CT, but he's just the finishing blow.
Well, Too High seen both those shadows. He knows that both players are out there. On the defuse they're going to go. Macta needs to move. Molotov coming a little bit late there from Innocent. That's a spray against the man. Damage being done. He forced him off of it. That should be enough. That should be more than enough. The timing's perfect. And Unity finally break KOLESIE. 7 in a row for both sides. It goes to 8 on the board of the KOLESIE cap.
Well played there from Friend. He's just got to live. Innocent is always going to be able to win out that round. Never going to expect someone to come CT that late. You're probably expecting AA main. Oh, 1 round the difference. Lead gets gained, and now there is immense pressure on this next gun round, because otherwise you'll be looking at, what, a 10-7 score, 10 rounds in a row? I think if you get there, it's just over. You just can't come back mentally from giving away that many rounds.
And finally, a tactical called in by the Unity camp. Because now your own streak that you had at the start of this matchup, the one that felt like it was going to be completely untested and untesting on your own map pick. Well, one better has come in from the opposition. 8 in a row and counting. Rebuys for Unity now will have their full gambit of weapons. The AKs on Mikey saved over. The AWPs on Woozy. Galil also saved from Too High's part. A little bit of economical relief, but Unity need the rounds. They need to shut down this KOLESIE advantage, because it has turned into a true advantage from what was a 0-7 scenario for them.
Unity need to start getting some playmakers, and I think you do look at Mikey, someone that's going to have the AK facilitated quite often, someone that's going to be in a lot of aggro positions. Get him going. Ruzi was pretty consistent out in that first half. This is now his time to develop in the second.
Lanes up. Bob shot on. Exist will go down. Too High involved towards Clock You. A 5-on-3 established. The flashbang catching that AWP direct in the face. Too High, similar story. AK friend will go searching, seeing that shadow for the first, incendiary now for the second. He wins both the fights as well. Mikey maintaining the man advantage, but take another player out in the meantime. The bomb's not going to commit towards that bomb site. PLAYzone just backs off, doesn't set a trap, falls that rotating player. And the 2-on-3 will get set in. The advantage for Unity.
This looks really promising. They've got themselves another molly, and PLAYzone is watching out for this late flank that's coming through from elbow. Friend, oh, this could be the moment. This could be the round for him. He might even get 4.
And the jump face. Shot missed though at closer quarters. Lands that first man. Second player on the corner. Will trade back. Molotov to force PLAYzone into the open. He gets that kill off the first. Molotov to the bomb. Perfectly, but the smoke comes out. Challenged by NeoFrag, who doesn't have time without a kit in mind. And still, KOLESIE maintain a 9th in a row.
Oh, there we go. We are starting to see some absolute banging plays from both of these teams. We saw Unity bringing out a bit of magic in the first half. And then KOLESIE, I mean, that double kill has presented out of nowhere. There's 2 players donut, the incendiary goes down, and rather than respecting, giving the space, just allowing them to hold the man advantage, they just brute force in. Friend goes, sod this, I have to commit to the fight. And then PLAYzone to win it out on time alone in the end. Oh, Woozy and Too High are going to be gutted. That's a 5v3 they've got in there at mids.
Even came down to a 1v2 there with the last man standing and still couldn't get the job done. Oh dear, Unity. Where's all the confidence gone? Where's all that flair? Where is the team that was so dominant at the start of this matchup that has Ancient as home territory? KOLESIE are on to take this map up now, and you must imagine that every time one of these rounds play out, you don't only just see the scoreline ticking away, the confidence of KOLESIE getting higher, but also the tilt factor for Unity. Like, when are they going to break here?
Yeah, well, I think you already have, right? I mean, I even reflect back on round number 1, the legitimate start of Ancient. Pistol round probably should have even been won by KOLESIE. They had a 5v4. It was very difficult for Too High and the boys to try and take that long control, and you start playing the what-ifs in your mind. If it was a bit more of a positive start for KOLESIE, is this game just already over? Because they have looked so much more dominant once we've gone deeper into the game, once we've had more gun rounds. And even though the AWP's been in play, even though they've had AKs at times on the city side, they just can't string rounds together.
Into the bomb site, KOLESIE going to head towards that B side quickly. Clock will get caught off first. Quirts will be revealed though. Molotov opposition, flashbangs sent in to try catch off more T-side players off guard, but the M4 can engage more stride. Smoke comes in to block the entry path. PLAYzone's tagged low, as is Mikey.
But they need to stall for as much time as possible. They need to keep blocking this cave position and fighting against the CT rotations out towards short.
They're so suppressed by these deeper smokes though. Quirt starting to move, HGs. Clear access, flashes in Too High. Check beyond the Molotov. Friend's going to get that kill. And blocks off the entry path. T's might not hear it, but Unity are running for the hills. They're going to try and escape with their lives. Exist going to try and cut them off at the seams. We'll take one of them down. Innocent will take down Mikey. Friend evades that AWP with a jump face. He might even hunt him down to the fact. Sees the swing, but Woozy just about gets the kill in. A risky moment from him there. KOLESIE, 10 in a row still. Unity still can't break him, still can't stop them.
He definitely needed to commit to that fight, because if he sits there and tucks, he just knows the rifle is going to swing at him. But you can feel the nerves, you can feel how uncomfortable these moments are. Quirts does everything to the start of this round to just try and stall them, but it's the util, it's the smoke that goes into cave, it's the molly that goes down towards that short smoke, it's another molly that goes out to the cave entrance. They just run out of time. And what a shame that they're double cave from the start of that round. Like, there is one thing about CS about being able to adapt, right, and having good calls, but there is a luck factor there. There's no B anchor in that round. If Quirts had started long, if it maybe started short, was behind default, I think we look at a different setup. We look at different amounts of impact. Quirts can't do much except sit behind cave just because of the position he finds himself in. I mean, we've not had a lot of pace towards B at all from KOLESIE, and then all of a sudden, they run up ramp, there's no B player.
Wow, all over them. KOLESIE. Still on their streak. Unity Trying to make a play, trying to make a move. Quirtz sitting by the shoulder attempt of the one player at the B doors. Exists will get the kill onto Neo, Frag in mid to start things off, and beyond that smoke over at red. Smoke will start to clear and Ruzi will start to search for them. Can he get a pick in though? Yes, he can. M4 Too High also takes one down towards main. And the advantage tips the way of the Unity side. Too High, did he get hurt there? I think Innocent searching slowly but surely. Oh, outside the periphery, the gun barrel was seen. Innocent knows what's going on. He knows where his contact is, but his back was turned at the wrong moment, and the timing works better for Unity here. A 4-on-2 that surely they can't concede.
But that looked very winnable from Innocent if the timing was right. Now, the bomb is going to come into Donut, and there's already another player clearing spawn. So I think right here, try and get the bomb down, hold A main, and then filter yourself into CT. You've got to fight against these rotations.
One from mid, one from main, two from spawn. Delaney. Angles held by Mikey, but I heard that reload. Trying to bait him to make a mistake. Trying to catch an aggressive angle. Meanwhile, Quirk starts leaning forward. Clock Q, flashbang uneffectual. Gets that kill in. One man reduced. Time ticking away. Unity taking too long for this. Flashes. Again ineffectual. Again not catching anybody off. Elaine's got Too High and Woozy's fallen. This was a 4-on-2 for Unity. And KOLESIE, Belaney and Clock-U, the two top fraggers of the side, have once again embarrassed the CT squadron. 11 now in a row for the Poles.
Well, they're just full tilt. I mean, right there on the retake, they just need a pack and group. Mikey is expecting an aggro play, which makes sense, okay? They're in a 2v4 disadvantage. The T's need to get space. So I think that's the correct call to sit outside of Donut and wait, but you can only wait for so long, right? If you come in from CT heavy, if you come in from Donut heavy, you'll just overpower them on the crossfires. Instead, Quirtz makes a move forward. Ort makes a move. Too High makes a move. They're all making individual moves, and none of them are winning out fights. KOLESIE are all over them.
Unity look like they're done. On their own map pick as well.
Even Too High wanted to get up on tree, but cancels it because he didn't get the jump up straight away. So if there's a maneuver towards A, which looks likely, that mistake might cost them.
Quirtz couldn't react to Innocent, who did get caught off guard with the utility in his hands. And saw B lane lurking, the real execution inbound towards the A bomb side. Bomb was dropped there by Too High. That will call attention away. Neo Frag trying to provide support, but Exist still gets that kill in. Too High forced to use the smoke to try and get out of dodge. He's on 25 points of health. And a hate tree to put to his position, and he could go down in an instant. The AWP of Woozy. Good vertical flick back down to the head of Belaney. The bomb plant will be secured, trying to get denied from beyond the smoke. Too High gets the kill alongside Woozy, who sees Exist revealed, but the bullets going through that smoke itself. Innocent also cut away by the backstab, and finally, Unity end the streak of KOLESIE at 11 in a row. And now they work on their own comeback.
And it's a shame that that CT smoke doesn't land. It's slightly shallow, and that's why you can spam on the side of it to give vision onto the bomb plant denial. If that smoke was deeper, that AWP doesn't win out that fight. Too High doesn't win the kill against Friend. KOLESIE have actually been reset. Considering how many rounds in a row they've been winning, you'd never think you'd see an eco.
Damage compounded, a lot of players went falling. Surges in from Neo Frag, still losing his life to one of the P250s there. The AK and Mikey also. Quad's getting caught with a knife in his hand, flash blinded. Fight on Clock-U, barely gets one out. Belaney takes him back down. Despite the eco basis, KOLESIE threatening in this round. Mikey can't hit the shot. Innocent's picked up an M4, and Friend's taking Too High with him. Oh, Unity! Just when you think it can't get worse, it does! It's map point for Poland.
KOLESIE cannot believe it. Individuals are just whiffing. That's all you can say there. Unity have got the right players in the right positions. Their aggro lane, their aggro cave, rotate to quick. There's nothing wrong fundamentally with what they've done there. It's not as if they've been caught flat-footed. It's just that no one's doubling up. No one is creating impact. And KOLESIE have stolen a round that you would never believe possible.
It's closing time from here. KOLESIE have recovered everything. A starting streak that felt like it was impossible to return onto found instead in the opposite direction, going further than that. And just when you thought Unity might show some resistance, KOLESIE smacked them back into reality. Pistols, Dweg. Only pistols. Not even Kevlar or Util for the most part. Harshest of resets. And still KOLESIE win it. 4 chances to close down Unity's map pick of Ancients. Belaney takes that first kill, Quertz will drop, Friend will get traded, Neo Frag got utility in his hand, unawares of how close Clocky really is, can quickly switch back to the M4 and dish out the damage, but Exist trades back, his backup out towards mid, Mikey to full, Neo Frag is low HP, and Too High tries to provide that support, Neo Frag gets spammed down by Exist, and Too High will get revealed by the Molotov damage being heard there by the T side. It's a 3-on-2 for KOLESIE.
Well, it looks really promising because KOLESIE can slow this round down. They've got mid access, they've got the bomb outside of elbow, and Woozie's wondering, are they even double backing? Because it gets so silent, the CTs don't really know where this bomb is shifting out to.
It's on his way to A. Too High. Might just catch it in the open if the timing's right. Not quite for him, though. Innocent will plant the bomb. Too High and Woozie on the back foot for this retake. We're not even able to retake with the front foot in mind. Without the man advantage, it feels just so impossible right here. Woozie will flash the port Too High in. Make his way in from the smoke himself. Bombed and spotted. Main sees nothing. Exists backstab. Finds his man. Woozie turned away for the wrong moment. Bomb tap once Woozie with the kill. Too High, not taking any fights as Innocent swings out. Woozie's now got no time, no presence of mind. Flash is turned away from Woozie. Can't get on the bomb now. He's shut down by Belaney, and it's 13-8. What a return from KOLESIE. 0-7 down into map 1 secured.
And very similar signs to what happened for Unity versus Eyeballers in the very first game of this competition. They were up 12-3 and lost 9 rounds in a row. Now, yes, they did win it in overtime in the BO1, but come on, there's got to be foundation problems. You can't allow 9 rounds in a row to get lost in one game, and then what, a few days later, a week later, the exact same thing happens, this time in a best of 3. Oh, that's embarrassing. Such a good start to their map pick.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say anymore. Like, I genuinely am just a little bit shell-shocked given what we just seen right there. Like, that felt like it was going to be them all day. It felt like it was going to be an easy affair with that 7-0 start. They looked so confident at the beginning, Dwayne. It felt like they didn't have a chance to get involved on the KOLESIE part of things. And then suddenly we see that returning streak. They get the 5 rounds back on the CT board, transition over to the T side. It just gets better and better, worse and worse for the opposition. I genuinely just don't even know what to say at this point.
And let's be realistic here and say if KOLESIE put in a really good shift on their map pick, if they come away with a clean 2-0, they start becoming a really good threat in the comp, because even though their VRS ranking isn't very high, they took a map off of Alliance and looked comfortable. They then go into Unity where they get off to a slow start, then look comfortable. They aren't a favorite at all. They're probably not even a team a lot of people would look at to be considered a team that can qualify to the LAN, but this is quite a statement. This is back-to-back very good performances in best of 3s from them.
And perhaps just because the miraculous showings can be done down to the fact that they are fighting for their lives in general here. KOLESIE want a chance to go to LAN. They want that spot in the play-ins, and in the next map they may well do it, because that map of Ancient, that was the opposing pick. Dust 2 is coming up next, and KOLESIE, they beat it out against Unity last time they played against them. Can they do it again? We'll find out after the break.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. novou vůni od Straight.
Isten hozott a híresek csarnokában. Vítejte v síni slávy Tipsportu, místě zasvěceném největší komunitě sáskařů. Profi, výbava, analytika, plechtiče, který inspiruje.
Co děláš?
Držím palec.
Ukáž?
Držíme palce všem sportovním i sáskařským hrdinům. Tipsport.
Well, an excellent start and turn around from the KOLESIE boys. Poland reigns supreme on Ancient from a 0-7 deficit to a 13-8 victory. They take away the opponent map pick of Unity. And by the end, they look tilted. They look frustrated. They look like they were done, honestly. Dust 2 is coming up next. It was a victory for KOLESIE pretty handily last time out. I'm not looking at the record. I'm looking at the records of Unity, rather. And I'm not seeing much that gives me a lot of hope that they can turn this series around now.
No, not really. I mean, they've played this map, 3 times in the last 3 months. They got a win over Mouse NXT pretty much on the verge of 3 months ago. They got a win against Inner Circles Academy and the Familico Portuguese lads. Otherwise, everyone else is losses, and most of the time they're only getting single digits, not even posting too many rounds. So it's a perfect pick for KOLESIE. I was a bit disappointed with how their Dust 2 did look yesterday against Alliance. They had a really slow start in the first half. They gave themselves a bit of a comeback, but maybe a little bit too late to even warrant any kind of threat. This is KOLESIE's very good chance to go 2-0. I want to see a lot more out of NeoFrag. 5 and 15 in the cross of map number 1's first half and second half. That's just not good enough. That's meant to be your key fragger, your most experienced guy in the server.
It's a whole lot more from Unity in general. Very awkward stuff coming out from them on that Ancient, so now needs to see them step up and deliver something of worth into the second map of the series. KOLESIE's home turf for their chance to make it into the play-ins of the Conquest of Prague. Unity on the CT side start with the pistols live.
Innocent just jump spotting to make sure that there's someone that can see anyone going aggressively in towards the lower tunnels. Now, what I do expect from KOLESIE is a very slow, methodical T side where they pressurize map control, have good utility usage. For Unity, it's not going to be easy to even just mentally come back from map number 1. I think this series could almost be over just from the tilt factor alone, let alone what maps are actually being played in the veto.
Slow approaches to the mid-access, and the CT spawn position of 2 high is going to be covered off by the man respectively. Smoke down. Molotov's also to try and drive him off that boost position. He will still stand and try and get a kill out of it. Exists fast to trade it. Now leaving Mikey all alone. Essentially a 1v4 defensive. Gets that first kill. Isolated well to drop that bomb. Second man needs to go falling at some point, but unable to do so. Friend take the trade 3-on-3 with the plant now secured.
Well, they've got 1 flashbang, so they can flood the bomb site. Now, Belaney is very, very good in this position because he's so close range. He could get a lot of damage on them flooding out from the doors.
Good headshot near frag falls. Turns away from another flashbang, leans forward to the second man. Woozy up, and Belaney will fall. Needs that second kill desperately so. Can do some decent damage on Friend, which will be finished off by Quirks with a headshot. Now 1v1, needs that next man to drop, and knows where Innocent is. Trying to wait for the head to pop up, but can't get a kill in quick enough. No kits in play means no time left. And the round will be won. The pistol win will go the way of KOLESIE once again.
And really well played from Innocent just to stall. He knows they're not going to have a kit in that setup. So sit back, play time, and even if I don't get the kill in the end, there's no way they're going to be able to win out that round. I think the B players have done okay, like at least on the defensive line. You had, what was it, 2 high boosted up towards CT. He gets 1. Mikey also wastes a lot of time. He stays alive for quite a decent period with those Julies. He gets 1 kill himself. It's just that Belaney destroyed them all with peeking in before that flashbang comes, being able to get a quick shot off.
Unity are going to try and respond with a force buy back into the second here. They have also read pretty well and put an emphasis towards the long position, which is where the majority of KOLESIE players are. It might devolve into chaos, and they might be able to come out on top of that chaos. Unity smokes down towards the cross of the bomb site. Will nearly confirm it here. You've got flashes at the ready as well. And Mikey's going to get his teammates around that corner. Clock Q playing anti-flash. Really ready for the second flashbang though. Engage against the first, second, third. Oh, they go dismantled again. KOLESIE just show no mercy, don't they?
Very promising. Mikey out here towards CT, just trying to see if he can get 1. And I think for Innocent, although this roster has changed a lot throughout its iterations, I just kind of want to see them get back to LAN, like get to a playing game, make sure that you progress on, because towards the end of last year, we saw them, win a LAN in North America where they beat M80 in a best of 5. They've been able to, eliminate Imperial at that Thunderpit World Championship. That was back in October of last year. We were mentioning it in the previous show, and even Twist mentioned it on the interview, that DreamHack knockout LAN that was in November last year. They were able to beat the Swedes on it. Don't get many LAN opportunities, especially in 2026. If they can get there, they've already got the, let's say, the resume. They've got the experience to show that different iterations of these polls can compete, can play at a high level in Tier 2. And if they get this Dust 2 cleanly, which is already off to a flying start, then you'd expect confidence to be very high going into that next best of 3.
No start for KOLESIE. Hoping to maintain that. Continue with the advantage. Makes them what has now been 15 of the last 16 rounds in this series, all to their favor. Seeing the near frag. Still seeing nothing, expecting that they've not quite crossed just yet. You won't be aware of the player at ramp just at the moment. Smokes will clear. One comes back up, he'll spot that player on bomb site. Now knows it's completely compromised. Bomb will go down regardless. There's not much they can do to deny it. Not much they can do in this round in general, to be fair. Unity should be going down to a 0-3.
KOLESIE can just clean up quite easily against any sort of pressure that these last remaining CTs might have of looking for exits, trying to target the economy. Now, Mikey was really struggling in the Swiss stage coming into this best of 3. I know that he'd only played best of 1s, but a negative 16 KD difference, a .73 rating. I thought he looked okay on map 1, ended up with, 19 kills, 11 deaths. But that's proven to not be enough to win rounds, not being enough to be able to force that map into a 1-0 start to the best of 3. I just wonder how important Mikey's individual form is going to be, but also the pieces around him.
Rifles up now. They have taken enough hits. Eaten down enough times over the course of these openings. The starting advantage this time sitting well and true with the Polish side. All up in on Woozy, the M4s, everybody else. Keep an eye on how these numbers and how these players develop across this map up. You mentioned the likes of Neo Frag, hoping to get more out of him, and from compared to that previous map up, was the bottom of the board by far and away. He's yet to start in this one. If guys like Mikey and Woozy can maintain what was actually a good individual map from them, but obviously not enough impact to really enable and get much out of that second portion, that second half, that returning from the disadvantage. It's not just about getting involved here, they need to maintain that involvement across the whole map up.
And I'd really like to see how KOLESIE shape up on Saturday in that LAN best of 3 versus Focus, because, I mean, I'll say it here, I don't really rate that Focus team at all. I think they're completely overblown, and people are hyping them up way too much. I think that's a very winnable game for the polls, and if they were to be able to win that, you'd probably expect a semi-final versus Sinners, which could very well be a match that we get in the Conquest of Prague. So there's a lot of ongoing tournaments for a lot of these respected teams. We might start getting some rivalries in the qualification here to the Czech Republic.
KOLESIE. Have the weapon advantage here, even in spite of the rebuy of the Unity camp and SMG, an invitation to Neofrag. Mikey spotting players on first port of call. Teammate of Quirtz being involved for Mikey's first contact. Breakthrough on Belaney. HE's tanked down, so relatively even on the HP bars. KOLESIE back out of tunnel, start reforming to short.
HE placement looks pretty good here from Too High against the short players. Got Belaney on 20, Clocku on 53, and not a huge amount of map control. They've not been able to take long because of the spawns. They've got no one inserted in the upper tunnels, no one out mid, so this has to just be a short play. I'd be very surprised to see a short exec into a fake towards mid to B. I don't think with this kind of setup.
Seconds, Too High, flashed off blinded. The bomb carrier's going to walk right past him. The AWP does land relatively close range, and that M4 can sneak behind the whole lot of them here. Too High could strike them all down. Bomb not seen. 15 seconds on the clock. They still can't find him just yet. Finally, they see him as the smoke starts to fade. Man advantage gained. Bomb secured on the short plant access. Woozy's got no vision of the T side, and Flash will sail right past Belaney, who will continue to hold down the short control.
Going to be a difficult adjustment if Mikey comes up directly into short, but it looks like it's going to be a save already. Now, if you were just following the radar in that round, what you would have noticed is that Neofrag was the long player, okay? He was the one just sitting outside of the long doors, had the MP9. He wrapped, he flanked all the way outside of long towards top mid and started coming up from short. That looked to be the banker. That looked to be the closer of the round, especially with Too High being in that short smoke. Belaney was on a lurk. It looked like he was around Xbox, and somehow they just didn't quite see one another, and Belaney got that kill against Neofrag. So if you are the star Czech, you are fuming, because that should be the play that just ends the streak, starts getting some positivity going. You're in the right position, and it's just not worked, and then everyone's crumbled. Even Woozy, he got a first kill, straight contact with that AWP towards elbow.
Things are looking very similar to what happened in the tail end of the last map. KOLESIE can't dish out the damage in the mid access from the mid doorway. They say weapons enable another buy from Unity's part of things. They've got two players immediately just caught up at a pace of Clocku and Co. Neofrag caught on the sidewall. Second man seen there towards elevator, known about. Flashes way forward, dealt with by Exist. Low HP to start off. Clocku spray. Bomb site's fallen. Another instant save from Unity. Lost the round in just 20 seconds.
And both of these sides are very similar with how roster changes have been going on. Friend is pretty new to this roster. Exist is fairly fresh as well. And then Unity, it might not be official, but you've got the old in-game leader of K1 Feeder. He got kicked to bring in Quirtz. It seems as if Morisco's been kicked as well to create room for Too High. But yet both of these teams look very different in terms of performance of this best of 3. KOLESIE are just all over them, and it's a very worrying sign, because this is the tournament that Unity really need to do well in. If they, let's just say, keep dropping out of closed qualifiers in any other tournament, I think the organization would give them a little bit of a pass to say, look, it's a rebuild, whatever. You just can't not be in a position to qualify to a local LAN. It's so critical for the sponsors, for the org, for the players, everything about it.
Pride is only one component for the Unity boys. They might still have another chance to make it out of Swiss, but the road back from here does not seem like it's going to be paved with roses, I'll tell you that much. Tactical pause called in by Unity. They're first in this map up. They're fourth in this series. They called them all out during that ancient. Because they are pretty desperate for a W now. 5-0 to start off this map up means it is now 18 of the last 19 rounds in this series being taken by KOLESIE. And Unity are finding no answers. They are finding no response. Getting beaten back step after step, time after time.
Just a very different map with how the composure of these teams are. I think Ancient allows itself to be really dually, right? You can take a lot of map control on the city side. You can have aggressive stances. This is so slow. Just default every single round. We're not even getting contact sometimes for a good first minute. But KOLESIE look very easily composed, using their util very well. Woozie's trying to get that AWP out towards mid, trying to see if he can find an early fight. Just nothing.
They still have those pacey moments whenever they want to, and in this round right here, just at a 1 minute 30 marker, 25 seconds into it, and they're going to try and force out the fight in towards the mid to B angles. Belaney that gets caught off first by Quertz in the tunnels. Wasn't that previous round they stormed out long, this time they stormed short, dome too high, right back to a 4-on-4. Friends Orb doesn't quite win the fight on Woozie, so there's a man advantage reclaimed by the CT forces. That bomb also dropped with that kill, so they're forced to fight even more so. Woozie can't get a secondary kill though. Exist strikes him down. Quertz starts to move into the short axis. They're watching out for the mid axis itself. Area of the long house that might be a threatening point, but from mid, Quertz can quickly pop up. Headshot game will exist. AK Clock, you will start searching, but I don't know if he'll check the blue bin corner. Indeed, Neofrag is going to take him, and now Innocent stands alone in a 1-on-3. So he's the head of the first man. Does get it with a good tap, but also takes the ding back of his own.
Such a shame that you're getting dinked, because you're never going to be able to win it on 16 points of health. That whole round situated on whether Woozie wins that kill. If Friend gets that pick, that bomb's just up short and planted, isn't it? It's just instantly going to be a save call from the rest of the CTs. It was a must-win. Unity get themselves a little bit of something, and look, they do pressurize on that B bomb site. I think Quertz was able to get the first kill and miss Molly from too high towards short, so that was why the punishment came through. That's why we saw a wide swing from Innocent.
Unity have been able to reinstate themselves and get involved in this map up. I need to follow it up and make something of the CT side, because the 5 in a row that KOLESIE have gained have been so stacked with confidence that they've got so much cash available. Only 1 AK was saved from Unity's part as well. We placed out to the long position here at pit to watch for house. Right call to make, that's where all of KOLESIE are coming to.
Now, knowing that Neofrag is in an off angle and that he's got an AK, he probably needs to get 2 here, because he's not going to get any support from Woozie.
Matches up, none on affecting him, gets the first, second man at a half HP, low HP for Belaney as well. Woozie sees him stalled out. Orp will start to peek in, see the shoulder of one. AWP trying to respond back to Friend and does get him down to a 3-on-3. One recovered, mid-access being watched out by Innocent in the meantime. He hears those footsteps. Try and catch too high. Indeed, his back is turned. There's nothing about the T-spawn player, which might actually catch him also with his back being turned. Knife pulled out. Mikey was striking back, so now comes on Quertz to the defensive. Exist, going to move in. The AWP watching from range. 20 seconds time short on the KOLESIE side. If Quertz gets this kill, that might be enough. Exist, indeed, turned away from it, and that should be enough for a second round of Unity.
Just not expecting Exist to be up on the bomb site. Nothing that Friend's going to be able to do. Save that AWP, bring it forward into the next round. Unity do keep 2 players alive, and Friends will not fall off. Well, he might fall after time. There is a player top mid from Mikey.
He has it. He hears him, though. Oh, he gets him with the spam as well. So, indeed, the AWP lost after the fact that will put a dent in the economy state. There's still some, I mean, the reserve cash was all on his teammates, to be fair, so they can still drop him. Take KOLESIE back a peg as Unity trying to bring the fight back to the Polish side. Doing everything they can here. Still a bit in reserve as well for the KOLESIE camp. Exist going to quickly act out. Move up towards mid. CT spawn could get a gain. Got a player on short access that might not even expect him to make a move through the smoke. He's sitting inside of it right now. Flashbangs off. Chance to strike. And the spray is awkward, but Exist gets it together in the end. And Neofrag's got to back away.
But it's an instant save. No point even looking into this. You're playing triple B and A's been abused. You don't see that very often, do you? Mid to B is quite common on Dust 2, but to actually get a player walking out mid and going CT to A, caught them completely flat-footed. And it was a great timing because Exist was waiting for those short players to pressurize, wasn't he? He was waiting for them to make a little bit of a distraction, make some noise, and then that's when he can activate. And it's just perfect that it's an AWP on the drop down. Considering how messy that spam was, let's say if Neofrag was out there in short and the AWP was towards long, I think that the short player on the drop probably would have got the kill against him.
Good stuff from KOLESIE, well coordinated to Exist part. Let 4 players keep their lives on Unity. The one going for the full-on hunt. That means that cash reserves will still be okay. The buyback with the weapon dropped. Losing the AWP's not all that perfect, but that's all fine. I think for KOLESIE, the 6 and 2 is the bigger concern of numbers for Unity's part. Quickly into the tunnel's access, Incendiary is also sent out. Utility trying to indicate a rush, but it doesn't draw attention away. And cancel even if it was going to be a rush. KOLESIE back to the default.
Unity just keep allowing this short access round after round from KOLESIE. Not seeing many aggro moves from them towards this part of the map. Woozy can try and block with util, but they've still got easy access, and this is where now they can do a short fake into a mid to B play. AWP just posted, waiting to see if there's going to be any movement, any CT trying to repos. Bit of noise being made by Belaney, but still question marks on where this bomb's going to end.
On the clock here. Woozy stands on the center of the bomb site. Molotov's coming in near. Frags backstab. We'll deal with that AWPer. And Woozy can strike down Belaney. Got 3 more to get, however. Not wary of where they are, though. He's getting a bit distracted by his own positions, but lands that shot and Exists wonderfully so. Double kill. Triple not quite secured. KOLESIE. It's only got 1 trade made out of required of many. Bomb plant will be secured as well by KOLESIE. It's a retake the unit you can definitely go for here.
This is just about making it expensive. There is no way that they are going to work a 2v4 with no map control.
AWP on site. Cleans up the short access and shoulder. Leg shot, rather, I should say, against Mikey is landed. Incendiary's up. AK spray. They get the 2 kills back. Oh my god, it's coming together again! Forget expense. Round is on. Too high. Knows where the last man is, but he's not revealing himself. Out exposed in the open. 2-I will get the kill. And the defuse kit should be enough to get the defuse in. Okay. Scary moment again for Unity. KOLESIE damn near made that winnable.
Yeah, very well played from 2-I in the 1v1. So because he's so late to activating, the player out towards ramp just expects the wide swing to come in. So that's why I need to try and repause. That's why I need to try and waste off time. And instead, there's more patience on the other side. Excellent shooting coming through from Innocent. Not an AWPer by any stretch, but he makes that workable. And for Unity, look, it's very nervous right now. I mean, that's a 2v4 post plant where they don't have short access. They don't even have long. They shouldn't even be able to get 2 kills. And they nearly work the entire round to being 1.
KOLESIE right well on towards short. Belaney can take that first kill in. Neofrag struggling and gets a kill on a HG from Belaney's part. Friends also tagged low. Exists, rather, I should say. Friends amount of credited with the kill. And KOLESIE here to cut rotations in mid. Slight gap on that smoke, which you can exploit against Quirts. Reducing the 2 men on Unity's part. Bomb plant secured. There's nothing in this round. Instant, perfect, and overwhelming response from KOLESIE. When the last round reducing the numbers, the money should still be good for Unity in this one, but the savings will be lacking. The half advantage will start to lock in for the Poles.
Now, that wasn't a miss smoke, that was intentional. In CSGO, we pretty much only had Xbox smokes, but in CS2, we have the door smoke instead. Now, the Xbox smoke lands quicker than the doors one does. So what you see on occasion, very infrequent, is that they'll throw an Xbox smoke to split up short quickly. Now, they were just beaten by pace. This entire T side has not had a short rush at all. And then that just comes out of nowhere. They just start sprinting it up short.
And that smoke used to be rather prevalent back before we had the days of the notch smoke. Tactical was called in by Unity, who are still struggling. KOLESIE surging ahead, hunting for a 9-3 half advantage, and well, with a round win right here, Unity may well concede it to them. SMG on 2 is already limiting that buy state. No savings in reserve, so no buy for the next round. They need to win this. They need to try and turn up a 5th to close the half. They've left all sorts of long control as well. KOLESIE going to exploit that. Innocent and Belaney just charging up this angle. 2 men on short to watch for them. 1 corner jump, face too high from range, can compound the damage and take down Belaney, but has to back away, concede the bomb site and try setting a retake.
But it's just an instant save, nothing that you can do here. Mikey gets a trade back, but they're so out of position. They should not be committing for this 3v3. And what a shame, because there's been moments like that on Ancient where the CTs or Unity as a whole of let's come up with a setup, let's adapt, let's do something a bit gimmicky. And KOLESIE have just found the perfect counter. I mean, it's the one round that they've got good long spawns, and there's just no long player at all for Unity.
Friends caught quirts out towards Longhouse. You saw them forming up to try to look for something in the bomb site. I imagine it would be exit kills. Now with that casualty, they'll just back off and hold the weapons. The few that they have remaining, 8 to the board of the Polish side. Hunting for a quick end to this best of 3. And they may well get it here. Hunt coming in from one player of the T side line. Innocent won't be able to connect the kills. One more round left in this half. Last chance saloon. For the Unity side on CT's half.
And it puts into question some of the roster changes that are going on right now for Unity. Is 2Hide the right player to join this team, considering they'd now be communicating in English when they've always communicated in the local language of Czech? Innocent out here towards long, gets a good spawn, so just tries to look for the opener. AWP is also posted in the upper tunnels, waiting for some B aggression.
Shot on from KOLESIE to find Mikey. Quirts traded by Belaney. KOLESIE was the victim. Initial responsive stance, 4-on-3. KOLESIE in full control. B site has been conceded in whole AWP. Herd running back. SMG does hit the dink shot, and actually Neofrag does get that kill in. Woozy searching for Exist. Footsteps heard of 2Hide. Or per her dropping off. Close quarters. Exist can dome him immediately. Smokes towards the B doors will stop 2Hide from getting into the site early. One plant will be secured here. There's no way to get a retake. So many situations where they haven't been able to work on these disadvantages. Struggles against the AWP, and Friend connects it. Neofrag locked out. This will be a 9-3 half.
Indeed it will be. What a performance coming in from KOLESIE. What a great second half of Ancient, and now a first half of Dust 2.
Momentum was lacking in the opening stage of this series, but now it's all towards the favour of the Poles. They are looking dominant over Unity now.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click, we reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Well, I swear, Greg, I might have just seen one of the players at KOLESIE sipping on a cocktail before he went to the break, and probably rightfully so, because it's been a cruisy time here on Dust 2. A 9-3 half where Unity have not shown us much threat at all, where KOLESIE have not been tested, rolling off the back of an excellent second half of Ancient. It's feeling like it's locked in for a quick 2-0 right now. There's only a few rounds in it for KOLESIE to take this win and send themselves to the play-ins.
We've just seen KOLESIE one-up themselves with best-of-3 performances after being fairly disappointed in the best-of-1s. Triple overtime versus ESC on Ancient, and now a best-of-3, not victory against Alliance, but a map, and now potentially a 2-0.
The T-side Unity going to try and set up. Look at the mid-access taken by the CT forces, though. Friends taking down Woozy to kick things off. Clock-Use, Julie stand to attention first and foremost. They're all in the tunnels. Footsteps are heard. Flashbang going to get caught blind. He still gets a kill out of it. Too high with a responsive exist outside of the site, can get towards the door and deal with Neo Frag. Bomb is covered by a smoke. Can get planted from here. The Too High is hunting for the casualties. They know that they're down to the 2-on-4. They can't really win this without taking someone down, and they can't do so. Mikey gets Friend. Innocent gets Mikey. Too High in a 1 versus 3. Tagged up Innocent. Looks towards the car. Training back one player. Second man doesn't go down, though. Accuracy isn't there for the Geordie sets. And KOLESIE will take a pistol once again. 10-3 on the board. It's closing time.
And you do feel for the util player there on the T side. All you're trying to do is get yourself a setup, have some mid util, have something towards B. And there's just 3 players top mid pushing. It's disrespectful. And then even there on the B bomb site for the Julies, you're trying to turn away from the flash. You still get away with one. Belaney that's on the outskirts is successful. Exist even gets one out from the doors. Everything not going right for the Ts. And the rounds, I mean, they just keep quicker and quicker with how fast they're being converted into victories. I mean, it's 3 to go and then that's it. See you later.
KOLESIE send them in a downward spiral, just slowly at first, but now quickly approaching the ground and about to crash land out of round 4 with a loss to their name. At least it's a loss that will have a lifeline to it in round 5. But like I said earlier, the pressure just continues to mount for the Unity camp. In their home city LAN, in the capital of their nation, they want to be there. I hope they would have maintained that confidence to get through this Swiss stage on a high note, and it felt like they were going to get through this Swiss stage on a high note with the way that things have started over on Ancient, but since then it has been a much more difficult affair. At least they had a harsh eco. They can afford rifles for this next round, but it truly is do or die now.
Disrespect again. Innocent just charging up top mid, and not just by himself. He's got a teammate with him, and a third player spotting out from the doors.
Quartz and Woozy able to trade back at the very least. 3-on-3 with Clock now acting out towards the short position. Scene 2, challenging 1. Flashing into the second, gets that kill on Quartz. And maybe even see a peek in from Friend if he really feeling spicy about it. Mikey on Xbox going to get Molotov'd off. Would have been heard there. Neo Frag unaccounted for. The bomb's been left. SMG of Exist sneaking into that lines. Mikey still gets caught, even though he was checking the position. Neo Frag's got nothing left. Way too far away from the bomb. 1v3 to clutch with. Map, match, and Swiss point now for KOLESIE.
And there's definitely some finger pointing that can go on. Not a huge amount because everyone's underperformed on Dust 2, but Neo Frag has dropped 5 kills on map 1 and 5 kills on map 2. And he's played at Majors. He is the most experienced player for this Unity side, probably the second most experienced player in the server, only behind Innocent. KOLESIE have just come in with a game plan in the second half of hit them with pace, hit them with over-peaking, and just look at what's happening there in mid. 2 players are rushing up top mid. The third player's behind the doors, and then just when you think there's a bit of respect, just when you think the CTs are backing off, Cloku then just refaces. And then even the B player walks upper tunnels, comes in towards lower. It's just constant pressure everywhere.
And earlier you were saying we have to start questioning the moves being made by Unity in recent times to the lineup. And one of those moves, remember, was K1 Feeder losing the IG Omenship to Neo Frag. And the fundamental issues, the structural issues you mentioned over the course of that choke. Number of rounds they've lost in this best-of-3 series, how they've managed to concede a 7-0 advantage for what is now this. And Neofrag's numbers as a natural entry fragger as well. Maybe that role is a little bit too much of a sacrifice, as Quirtz does strike Friend down at least with the mid-access taken on the part of Unity. Belaney in the corner of the B site, though, at the tunnel's entry point. Mikey is going to check for it and get the kill for it. So, Unity will maintain a round for the time being, but it's 1 out of 9 in a row required for OT.
And yeah, we did see a huge round winning streak from KOLESIE on map 1. I don't see much here from Unity. There might be a few survival rounds here or there, but this game will be wrapped up very quickly. And KOLESIE look to be bound for those playing games where they should start being considered quite a threat in the competition.
Oh, Innocent, even then, tapping heads off shoulders. Even in these losing moments, KOLESIE are still giving it their all. Make it as punishing against Unity as is possible. And AK is lost to the CT side, though. Only one will stay in from ClockU. Unity shouldn't be able to get the hunt going from all the way back on the B pathways as they are, all the way in the longhouse. 4th to the board. 1 out of 9 on this comeback. Many, many more to try and win from this point onwards here. Unity. You mentioned it's only a survival round for now. Need something more consistent against the KOLESIE camp.
Friend of this AWP is definitely not wide up onto the angle. He's expecting someone to scale, and even ClockU can just spot. I think about a little jiggle, little peek just before that smoke comes in. Missed door smoke, and look to be punishment there from Friend.
Instead, Woozy wins the fight. ClockU's going to try and look on with the AK. He wasn't going to quite spot them here. He has now seen them there. The spray on too high. Doing damage, but not getting the kill for it. Flashbangs will keep him blinded. The HE's land to do a little bit more chip damage. No trades found by KOLESIE just yet. Man advantage stays with Unity for the time being. Let's see what Belaney can do on the B defensive. He's the only man that holds it. And that's where the T's are leaning towards. Alert from Quirtz as well. Try to see if he can't set up something towards short and pull him for a fake. Making some noise there with the damage. Smokes at the ready as well.
This round's over. You're gambling AAA, and Belaney's got no util. He might be able to get a couple of kills, but they're just going to be saving.
Hang on, that's 2 out of it. Bomb dropped. Mikey seen there. Tertiary not so much. Quirtz getting his pick in the end from the mid to B angle. It will lock in the round eventually. Very good effort from Belaney's part, but as you mentioned, not enough support around it, not enough in the man. Needed to go mental in that kind of a round. If he got that 3rd kill, then maybe. But he didn't, so they won't.
Very similar to how Inferno plays out on the City side. A lot of gamble stacks in man disadvantages. ClockU and Exist will just hold on to the weapons. Money in the reserves, not great. And ClockU's had a great best of 3. Map number 1 going 19 and 12. Gone into map 2, gone 14 and 7. A lot of people don't really know much about him just because he's never played a great level in Tier 2 in the past. He was a part of that BetClick Apogee lineup for a portion of time.
Yeah.
But all the other projects were fairly unsuccessful. He came over here around April of last year, so yeah, pretty much a year. Try to work with Innocent, try and work that experience from a veteran in-game leader, try and progress further up the rankings, become a stronger player, become more experienced at this level.
Unity. We got a bit of moment's respite here with the pistols out for the KOLESIE boys. The 2 weapons saved, the ClockU and Exist. Still trying to provide impact. Exist actually finds the one angle of suicide. Caught by Too High. The AK swings in the ClockU. Can get another kill back on the man, but Too High responds the same to a 3-on-3. That's the Kevlar lost as well. The M4 can get recovered. The AK could also theoretically get picked up by Innocent. No one's right now over towards the tunnels. Belaney again stands alone on the B site. Deagle in hand. Needs to hit some godlike shots, and he is among those top fraggers. Smokes in, Molotovs to the back side. Doesn't actually spread towards him in time. He gets a chance to take a shot. Doesn't quite hit it. Second one also doesn't connect. Third man facing. And Innocent actually gets the position to try support. Deagle looks to strike him down on the next player. Mikey going to get suppressed by 2 individuals. Innocent takes that chance to strike him. Oh no, too high, alone. And a 1v3 backstab coming in from Friend as well. The pincers are being closed on the Munity in very KOLESIE fashion. We'll lose to a full eco round. And the Poles will take a 2-0 series that will send them into the play-ins of the Conquest of Prague.
Well, they've definitely impressed and surprised me today. I was expecting this to be a competitive best of 3. I was expecting there to be a lot of hunger, a lot of revenge factor for Unity, and instead, while they were impressive for the first 7 rounds of Ancient, from that point onwards, they looked embarrassing. They looked really flat. They looked to be outclassed by the Poles. To close it on an eco is definitely a sour note, but for KOLESIE, this has been 2 very good days in competition for them.
Yeah, and as you were saying earlier, it calls into question the roster moves being made by this team. It calls into question the IGLmanship because it was structurally pretty terrible. I mean, it just didn't look good at all after those first 7 rounds. Like you were bang on about that assessment. There was nothing of competitiveness outside of that from the Unity side, and maps like these, they just indicate that exactly where the issues are for this side and why they are dipping out of nearly the top 130 at this stage. They are in dire straits. And if we are talking about a team that wants to be representing this nation in Prague, the hometown heroes, it doesn't feel like Unity are up to it at the moment.
No, it's very true. And I think when we look at the majority of, let's say, Czech players, you might look at the Unity side and say, oh, look, there's a weakness with the AWPer right of Woozy. If they maybe had a Forzy, there'd be something here. Man, look at the riflers. I mean, where are Mikey and Neofrag? They're meant to be your 2 cornerstone pieces. They're meant to be your riflers that day in, day out are always going to be able to perform, always try and lift this team. The riflers were disappointing. Woozy actually looked okay in this best of 3.
Yeah, and normally I would be forgiving to the IGL, but it's Neofrag, for God's sake. Like, we've seen how much of a star he can be, and again, maybe it is just a case that the IGLmanship is too much of a sacrifice for his own firepower that's limiting Unity in a way like that. Like, I'm not certain that this is going to be a good long-term move for him and for the team as a whole, but it is the move that they've made so far, and they'll suffer for it. KOLESIE will take them down in this series, send them into round 5. Unity will have one final chance to make it into the play-ins here in the Swiss stages, and it will be what looks to be their final chance right here. For KOLESIE, it's confident, it looks good, and it probably was unexpectedly confident for their own right of things. Maybe you can expect some confidence in the second series of the day, because Sinners would be the heavy favourites against the Young Ninjas in our second best of 3.
Yeah, to go back on the conversation, I mean, again, it's not public and nothing's come through the social media channels, but you'd imagine that 2High's calling right now only because he called on AM Gaming and he called on Ents Academy. So in theory, Neofrag should be activated quite a lot. Now, we could say that it's still a smaller sample size. We had the likes of Querts on holiday, so Marisco was playing a few officials, and there's still not been a huge amount of game time for 2High to, let's say, understand his players, to communicate from Czech back towards English now. But how much time can you really give a team when they're so far out on the VRS? I think it's understandable when you're at a decent level to make some changes to, let's say, slow down progression. But when you're only getting invites to close qualifiers, results are needed. They are desperate now.
Well, results have to come in round 5 for the Unity lads. We'll see them back again very soon. For now, though, we're heading to a break, and we're going to head to that Sinners and Young Ninjas match. In about an hour's time where that one's scheduled to go live. So we'll see you back here very soon as the Conquest of Prague round 4 rolls on.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, Chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving it, so all you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man we coming for them bags that they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. boxes. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
I had to switch up the flow, show you the way that it go. God is good, but his life is hard. But it gets better when you grind it smart. I'm just really trying to leave a mark. We tired of being who they say we are. That's the baton, we gon' take it far. Always been real, we don't fake it all. Tired of 9 to 5, just make enough to survive. Only living on the weekends. You really thinking that's why I'm alive? Busting out the scenes, time to live my dreams, do the things deep inside of me. This life, it continues with fighting me, but I don't have quitting inside of me. I will not jump in these boxes they throwing me. Talking to God and there's so much he's showing me. Shaping me, growing me, taking me sowing seeds. A growing tree, y'all get a load of me. Yeah, don't let them slowing me. I get the bag like a grocery. I'm on my grind like I'm supposed to be. And I do not care if you notice me.
Boxes, boxes. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
This isn't a robbery. Hands in the sky if you got a dream. Learn nothing was blocking me. I was the problem, the only one stopping me. I didn't like it, I had to refocus. Now I'm devoted, I know where I'm going. Controlling emotions, I'm owning the moment. In order to get it, see, you gotta want it. This type of flow make a living break. Confessions over these 808s. Don't sleep on the key, better stay away. I mean, for heaven's sake, I'ma be the best. Came from the endless, I ain't with the games, bitch with the chest. Beating on my chest, trying to get my rest. Watch me while I flex. Every win is a blessing, and every L is a lesson. So when I run into rejection, I know it's only redirection. I see the blessings right beside me. The chances of quitting are likely. I do it like I'm in my Nikes. Don't make excuses, they never excite me.
Boxes, boxes. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Shock from Sinners, thank you so much for coming to the interview. You didn't use the first chance to qualify directly online. How hurtful it was because you lost for the first time in this tournament, but also it kind of messed up with your schedule.
Yeah, it did hurt a little bit because it would help us a lot. We could focus like for more tournaments we will have. So, but we deserve it to not win. They were just better and we played bad. So we need to step up now and win other matches.
What do you think was the main problem in your gameplay? Was it the communication or maybe lack of focus after the first map?
I don't know. I think the main problem was we lost some like situations with advantage we shouldn't, and I don't know why, but maybe it was lack of focus. Maybe I don't know. I need to still watch the game, but yeah, we just played bad.
How hard for you is to keep the focus up right now, because there is so many things running around you. You're playing this tournament, you are preparing yourself for the major, for the Atlanta as well. Now you are flying to Barcelona. Did you have time to chill and reset?
I mean, yeah, we had some 3 days, but I think we are used to it. It's not like that it's hurting us a lot to play a lot of matches and stuff like that. I think we are used to it a lot, so I don't know.
All right, today you are playing against Young Ninjas, and it's a very important match for you to win as well, only because the schedule, for example. How hard of a team do you think they are?
I think they are good. I think they will be they are playing with a sub or something, so it's gonna be harder for them. But I mean, they are still like decent team. But I think we should definitely win. I think we are a lot better, and if we show our like A game, I think we're gonna win for sure.
And for you, how enjoyable is the traveling part of the CS right now? Because you visited many places in Europe. Now you're headed to Barcelona. Do you have some free time in these places to roam around the city, for example?
I mean, yes, I like it a lot. I like the traveling, and also we have at least 1 day every tournament to visit something, to check the city. So it's nice.
Sounds great. Enjoy Barcelona then, and good luck in today's match.
Thank you.
Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on. Gotta 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 keep the flame on.
Josuke from Young Ninjas, thank you so much for coming to the interview. Right now you are 2-1 up in the tournament, but you didn't play the last match. What did you do in the meantime?
I mean, obviously, as people know now, we've lost Mistom, so he went to Eternal Fire. It's a pretty big loss for us. So just recently, we've been looking for an IGL, so we haven't been doing too much, to be honest. Obviously, individual work and all of that stuff, but team-wise, not much.
Who will be taking the role in today's match of the IGL, and how do you feel about your chances because of this loss?
I mean, we're playing with the standing today, Vester from Denmark. I don't think today we will necessarily be having a set IGL. It will more be a day of where we just all need to take initiative, because it is a stand-in and we won't have too much structure this time. So I guess everyone can be IGL today.
Yeah, but on the other side, how do you feel about a player leaving your academy team for a, I don't want to say better team, but for this chance, as he did? Do you feel like it proves that your academy is working well?
Yes, for sure. I mean, that's the point of the academy team, so you can develop and get more recognition, so you can actually go and join these so-said better teams.
Today you are playing Sinners, one of the main favorites of the tournament, but they lost their last match, so they are not on the roll anymore. How do you feel about the strength of the team, and what is the preparation from your side against them?
For today, probably not too much preparation, because as I said, we are playing with the stand-in. Obviously, Sinners are for sure the favorites in this coming match, but that also means that we don't have any pressure to play against them.
And who is in which stage are you now in looking for a new leader, for a new player? Do you feel like the change might come in upcoming weeks, or it will take more time?
I mean, it's very hard to say. Like right now, we're doing some interviews and stuff with the different leaders and players. So right now, it is very hard to say.
All right, then good luck with finding the right player, and thank you so much for the interview. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, welcome back to the Conquest of Prague. We're into our second matchup of the day, and we look towards our 2-1 games once again. This one has a little bit more favoritism from the outset. The last one was a bit more competitive on paper, ended up being a blowout for KOLESIE. This one must certainly be a blowout for Sinners as they take on the Young Ninjas in our second best-of-3 duel.
It's going to be a very difficult best-of-3 from the outset. We're talking about one of these squads that weren't even a favourite to do too much damage in the competition versus one that should be contesting for the overall title. So it's a rough draw here for the Young Ninjas. It's going to be very difficult for them to compete today.
Indeed, it will be. I'm kind of surprised that Young Ninjas are even 2-1 in this Swiss stage in the first place. I guess that's the nature of best of ones in certain capacities. And I guess as well, you'd probably be looking at them as not only being a weakened element in the field of competition in general, but also even more weakened now that they've lost their IGL. The news came down a week ago that Mistem wasn't going to be with the team moving forward. He was acquired by Eternal Fire. Held over a little bit when it came into staying with the team in order to facilitate a transitional period, but now they're playing with stand-ins. Now they most certainly haven't got Mistem in the roster, and so there's this whole IGL thing now that has to question about the whole team in general, because now we will not have an IGL in terms of like a natural role. We're going to have a regular rifler in terms of a Vesta, and therefore you're going to be weak on strategy and structure.
I think you'd be weakened even if Mistem was here, if we're going to be honest with ourselves, especially going up against a team like the Sinners. I think for the Young Ninjas, at least they've played with Vesta before. Now, he stood in with Young Ninjas back in December last year when they won a United 21 event. He even played an Exort series. So, slightly different iteration of the lineup now, but at least the org can rely on him when they need someone. Now, Vesta has been looking for a team since September of last year. Now, there's no way he's going to join this side because he's a rifler, but at least he can get some reps going. At least he can start playing some officials, and he's already played one. They've just played a best-of-3 earlier on this afternoon against TLR. Really competitive best-of-3, but at least he gets a bit of a feel on the day performance, gets a feel with working with some of these guys, and now they've got to try and give it to one of the very best teams in all of Tier 2.
And I guess in that sense, at least you're going to have somebody that you're a little bit more familiar with playing with, and that will hopefully help you in terms of maintaining some of that chemistry above all else. But against the Sinners side, no matter whether they had Mistem or Vesta, and that, as you mentioned a moment ago, Dwight, you're probably going to have zero chance against these boys. They are well one of our front two runners. They certainly are still within the region and making it towards the LAN environment. I would imagine that the best expected run, the expected run that we expect out of these guys is to go so far as to make through the play-ins, go towards the LAN environment, and try and make that grand final against the likes of Alliance, because they have already had one blunder in the competition. I'm doubtful they're going to take a second one, especially against a team like Young Ninjas.
At least you can understand taking a loss to Sashi, right? They're a team that are looking really dominant on LAN. They're a team that are very well structured and very well known in Tier 2. That's not the case for Young Ninjas at all. Now, Dust 2 always gets picked by Young Ninjas. They absolutely love that map in the pool, so you'd expect it to come through against the opposition. Dust 2, though, is the #1 map in the pool for Sinners. It might not be the #1 in terms of the win rate, but they pick it crazily. I mean, they picked it even against Sashi in the very last round. They've picked it against even some tier 1.5 teams. They picked it against Ill Will on LAN. They picked it even against G2 in the PC Game Masters. So I'm very concerned with Dust 2 coming out. I mean, no matter what way the veto pool follows, but I mean, this is just shaped up for a fairly comfortable and easy 2-0 for the Sinners.
I mean, I could see a 3-0 in that theoretical basis with Dust 2 Nuke and Mirage coming out. Dust 2, obviously, you mentioned already from the Sinners' favoritism. Nuke is a map that they picked into against this one, and it's not a terrible one for them. It's definitely not that frequently played by comparison to a Dust 2, but still got 13 in the last 3 months. It's a map that's only so much done by the Young Ninjas, and if you are a Sinners side, you want to punish pick a map, why not take one of the more tactically structured and favoured maps in the entire pool when you're missing an IGL on that side? And the Mirage is the highest one map in the pool compared to the play rates that the Sinners side have. So again, there's favoritism for all 3 of the maps in the best of 3. I'm doubtful we're going to go that far, honestly, Dwayne. I could see a 2-0 on the board of the Sinners camp. They just look far too strong by comparison. I think we're coming into this match expecting that to be the case.
Even for Nuke, they played it against Sashi and got themselves a comfortable win in the last best of 3. They picked this map against Gamer Legion. They picked it against Big. It might not be the strongest map in the pool for them, but against Sinners or against Young Ninjas, yeah, it should be a fairly comfortable 2-0. I'd be very surprised if Young Ninjas even get close towards double digits. I mean, they played TLR, which is Artist and Vacancy, the Irish and UK lineup. Nuke was 13-11 being won, and the Mirage was converted in overtime, which is one of the weakest maps in the pool for the Brits. So just puts into perspective, yes, it might be a 2-0 win, but it wasn't a leg up. It wasn't an easy best of 3 to now transition into this one.
Well, the Sinners on the scene to start of Dust 2, the opening map of the best of 3 is picked in by the Young Ninjas. They're going to have to get involved in this opening if they want to try and hold even a candle to what Sinners have got to bring to the table. Pistols are live. Favoritism towards this Sinners cam as they try and become the next main representatives of the Czech region. Only 2 Czech players in the roster, but still in the Conquest of Prague, they would love to be on that stage. No Jolly's a stress on. First man around the corner, Young Ninjas, plenty of players out of this one. The flashbang does not affect the man. Beastic gets that kill while blinded. Stress on with 2 on of his own. Note gets 2 back of his right. Beastic and Modo will get those trades together to maintain a man advantage. 1 on 3 now for Joski. Revealed, seen 2 players bombing the open and really no way back into the pistol round for him.
A bit of a losing streak at the moment for Sinners on Dust 2, one of the only ones in the pool that have had some, let's say, uncomfortable losses recently. That was a very good setup. Young Ninjas are trying to pop out from long. Sinners are doing the exact same thing on the counter. And Beastic, as the in-game leader, that only averages a 0.97 rating on this map in the last 3 months, gets with a very comfortable 3K.
Good stuff. A confident way to kick things off for the Sinners camp is exactly what we want to see out of them. That's the kind of matchup we're expecting to get. A win with confidence. We're looking for here with the Sinners side, and they have established confidence from the outset. No force buys in from the Ninjas camp. The Eagles on Note is the best weapon they've got to play with here.
Young Ninjas have been picking so much Dust 2 recently. I know that the iteration of the lineup is slightly different from today than, let's say, what the last few tournaments have looked like, but 16 best of 3s in the last 3 months, 10 Dust 2 picks. It's only when it gets permabanned by the opposition or perhaps a real good strength for the team that they're up against, they decide to go a different way. It was a very easy read in this best of 3 veto that the Dust 2 was going to come out.
Minute on the clock here. Ninjas. A fight from the short access here with utility on suppression. The M4 also revealed itself just to put some damage out on the board. Need to act quickly. So little time on the clock, so little chance to break through with the lack of care. Stress Sounds just barely missed the contact on the short catwalk. Kisarek with B-Stick at range, get 1 kill out of it. 2nd kill for B-Stick, double up for Kisarek. Same, so a little bit of cash mode bonuses on the SMGs. 3 kills between the MP9s in total. 2 and Ost up. The Sinners rifles immediately will come back from the Young Ninjas camp, who, well, saved in the last, so fire in the next.
And I mentioned that Vesta has not been on a home for a very long time. He's been looking for a team for ages. Coming into today, he'd not played a HLTV official in 141 days, and yet he's the most experienced player on Young Ninjas. I know that he's a stand-in, but he played on Whopper with some very good players. He played on Atlantic, which was also a pretty decent Tier 3 Danish team. All he needs to do is just fill in the gaps, and he played all right in that last best of 3 series. Needs to do the exact same thing and more against Sinners.
Obviously can't deliver that tactical structure, but the solution for the long term on Young Ninjas' side. Rifles in for Vesta and the rest of his teammates, all 5 on AKs. A limited amount of utility here. 1 flashbang available, just got used to get them in towards that short access. Several smokes to also set up. Molotovs on towards the short access. 1 smoke out towards the B-bombs, like they try to pull them for a loop. Not just making noise on the light play, but I think the information has been gathered for the most part. Sinners at least connecting the dots here. Smoke on the short access. Joe's going to try and access the mid control. No one's seen just yet.
Really good setup here for Sinners. 2 on B, 3rd player to swing on a contact, and then Moto just distracting with the util usage towards short.
Counter flash. Molotovs won't reveal the players here. Stress on still. Close that corner for 2 to line up. Only gets 1 kill for it. Shock with a trade back, and B-Stick also being watched by Rudd. So 3 on 3. Shock now. Pressure from all sides. Eventually going to get caught by TN on the swing. And just like that, they have overwon the B-bomb site here.
B-Stick just knew that he had to get 1 there. Very difficult from Shock. You're playing an off angle. You've got a defender of them coming up from the doorway into the window, into the upper tunnels, and you've got no support on B. Looked to be a really good triple crossfire, but it was just being watched on the edge of that CT smoke. Young Ninjas keep it pretty slow, and you'll notice in that first gun round, I mean, they don't really have extremity players, do they? They don't, let's say, have someone short pressurizing with util, someone late lurking long. They just pack and group together. You're going to see a lot of basic defaults and strats coming through from them where they're grouping as heavy units, they're making sure they're playing on each other's contacts, and that's the best way that you can try and outperform and get rounds against Sinners.
Well, bonus weapons for the Sinners into the next round. AK only on 1 of stress on. Young Ninjas slightly broken with the reinvestment coming back from the Sinners camp, so the damage will certainly compound. Kills on 2 individuals here. Sinners counteract the punishment and just dish out the damage immediately. Return the fire, return the fights, return on to a 3-1 advantage, and keep Young Ninjas on the back foot as much as possible. Moto firing a couple blinded mostly. Unable to find the player at suicide and top mids. Fresson, similar story with the sprays, blinded for true on the catwalk angles, but nothing yielded.
Well, we're seeing a lot of confidence coming out of Moto right now. He wants challenges, he wants fights. Now, he should get driven away by a molly out to short, try and boost him off of this angle. Last thing you want is to go around dry, because it will just be an easy kill for the AWPR.
60 seconds on the clock. Moto just jiggling AWP. Watching for contact, waiting for the T's to make their moves in, hit that shot. Rudd down, B-Stick sees ahead and takes Vesta out of the equation. 5 on 3. A site locked down with the 3 men that hold at the Ninjas side. Try still make this execution work towards them though. Moto going to reposition, try to put that AWP into a better angle of attack, hoping for a wide face, and he gets it. Second kill of the round for him, note to drop. 2 men left, 1 close. Footsteps will be heard. Joski into the smoke. AWP scoped up, lands a triple. USP pulled out for the quadra. Team just can't seem to get anything back of it. Desperate to get towards Lon, but Kisarek will shut him down, and Sin is a very, very confident response.
You just got good AWPing prowess from Moto, but also just very easy fundamentals. He doesn't get driven off of short by util. So you take a kill, you drop down, and then you post on car. And then as soon as you see that util usage of the extension, the elbow smoke, they've only got 1 of them, get out towards ramp and just pre-aim. You know that because they're not using util towards short, they must not have a lot of util in the first place. So you're not worried about being mollied out towards ramp. You're not even thinking about, oh, I need to get deep towards long because the flashes are going to keep coming in. And already we're getting some disrespect into round number 5. AWP holding mid aggressively, and then Stresson just instantly gets towards lower tunnels.
Advantage should extend to the Sinners side, a 4th to their board, with Young Ninjas having nothing to work with. All sorts of favoritism. And the server, it's only being demonstrated here in this early matchup, a 4-1. First 5 rounds, only a matter of time before it locks in, because Young Ninjas just really can't pose any threat from here.
They're trying their best to try and punish towards long. It's always very difficult with Glocks, and Dust 2 is one of those maps you just very rarely get bomb plants on extreme light ecos. They do get away with at least 1 kill. Beast gets himself up to 9, Sinners up 4-1, and I think really for Young Ninjas, if you want to threaten even, let's say, a map steal in this best of 3, if you want to convert on Dust 2 to going 1-0 up in the series, probably need to get 6 T rounds. I'd say that's a good par, good goal to go and aim for. It's not going to be easy by any stretch.
And a team that came through the European qualifiers against one of our tournament front runners is never going to be an easy context. Ninjas will know that, Sinners will feel that. He's going to get caught down to 23 points of health. Good burst and 5 from Kisarek. Taking nothing in response. The Young Ninjas just can't comprehend with the long aggression that they've got, even the mid aggression as well for Beastick, all the way up at Suicide. The T's bracketed in soon enough. It just depends on timings and how they're going to conform themselves around it. Modo's going to watch the back lines. They might also check T-Spawn to deal with that lurker towards that B-bomb site. Right now, all the information telegraphs the A hit.
Young Ninjas, the only way that they're going to get success is if they scale up and get entries, because the read's here. I mean, there's just mass players towards A. They need to get clean kills.
And even notes Lurk is going to have to come down to late pushes into the post plants. Ops missing a Modo there. The smoke in the way assist the T-side line. Kisarek counter utility is going to find the kill on team. Rod backline's caught by Modo's AWP. Note can get 1 respawn, as can Joski, so ins out the CT line a little bit more so. Note's back them eventually coming together. As his forward as Vestas trying to find a returning pick though. His teammate Joski also in the open, leaning up to the right bags, has just seen that AWP player, but his teammate has fallen as Kisarek takes 2 more kills to add to his tally of the triple. And Note known towards the mid to B angle, will be sprayed down by Beastick directly in mid. It's 5-1 now for Sinners.
Kisarek doing very well to keep that pressure on, just consistently jiggling and always making himself a threat. And then you've got Modo just jump spotting out there towards short. People will remember that Kisarek was a part of that Rebels team, which is now KOLESIE. So that would be a great little matchup if we had that at some point in the competition, whether it be a playing game, whether it even be at the LAN final directly, going up against your old in-game leader of Innocent. The buy state, AWP still in the hands of Modo, yet to take a death. Few AKs as well. It's a very slow start here for the Academy boys.
Doesn't look to speed up anytime soon as well. Pistols once again for themselves. The Eagles at least on the half buy. Gonna get a quick tag off on Modo to under 70. HE placement from B-Stick is wonderful as well, chunking away at the majority of the T-side line. 66 on Note. Mid-80s for Joski and Tien. Right on 75. It's not looking great for them. Didn't look good from the outset. Maybe a fast play into the A-bomb site was being considered, but ultimately not going to come to fruition. No utility either for the T-side line. They'll try and fight back from mid. Beastic will be able to deal with one. Stress on to deal with the trade back. Notes does also land on the Kisserek, so a little something to gain with the AWP and Modo. First shot connects, second one, wary of the long house challenge, but really they're on the bomb site now. Try and wear him down with rifles now picked up, but the bomb plant is secured. The retake should be simple enough as Shock does find Rudd. Notes flanked by Stressan, holds the line for the 6th round of Sinners.
And Modo looking very comfortable right now, and I think it's quite funny looking at him, right? Being out on Nexus, but not really being there for very long. I think always being overshadowed by Zello as, let's say, more of a threat, more of a rising talent, even though he was there for so long. We covered quite a lot of Modo on TSM, didn't rate him at all, looked very average with that team of what, Cypher and Jax, and they had Inters. I mean, it wasn't a great team on paper. He goes over towards OG. Also didn't look that comfortable there, but I mean, look at the org now. I mean, they're completely irrelevant. They're not even in tier 2. Was out on 9, looked promising there, but still found his way over towards Sinners. And now this is where he's really put his foot down and really made a statement for himself.
Huge improvement for the side, no doubt about it, both for himself and for the Sinners camp in this new international era. Made it to the major and all, even if the outside chances were set. Hopes to continue to do well here in the Conquest of Prague. 1 kill's found on Rudd. Joski's able to walk up towards the mid door and take down Beastie rather quickly, though. He's been danked down to 11 HP, and look at the search coming in from Kisserek in the back here. All the way out towards Longhouse will extend mid-control. Just missed the timing on the bomb carry, but the footsteps will get heard by the player in CT. Modo's posted to receive the defensive. Backstab can continue as he peeks up, hits another blinder on Sylvester. Lined up for more. Joski's next port of call is actually team that gets caught off in the end. Kisserek will now look to strike, take one down. No, just caught with him in rock and a hard place, surrounded by the CT side. Has no chance to hold his own. Triple for Modo. Excellent stuff again from Sinners. Absolutely running riot over the Ninjas.
And I have no issue with Young Ninjas trying to take short and pressurize A. That's just a fundamental strat on Dust 2. My issue is there's just not enough util against the AWPer every single round. Modo is short, either on the lip or towards car. You have to bombard him with flashes. One smoke is probably all you need. You don't really need too many mollies. You just need flashes. He is taking so many dry picks right now. Shot after shot, he's just not being flashed off. And it's just going to be easy. And for Sinners, I mean, historically, they've always had some very good AWPers. I mean, they had Oscar, and then after him, they had Forzi. Peepo wasn't great, but they gave a chance to a rising AWPer, and now they've got out Modo. So maybe that's where you can give a lot of credit towards Beastic as the caller, Shock as one of the anchor, to just introduce AWPers into their system and turn them into very good players.
Very good players they have become. So far, so good for Modo. Very, very flashy and consistent as well on that A defensive. This time set towards the mid-control, trying to reveal for short access. No one is seen. Another HE there to try and pop open the smoke when necessary. Still no contact established here for the T-side line. Young Ninjas have to slow it down, have to wait this out.
Oh. Lovely. Great shot. And then just instantly expecting B pressure because of that mid to B smoke being lined up from Xbox. Block off towards the upper tunnels, try and slow down the split play.
Modo turns away from the B doors and the window angle, now looking towards that mid position. That's another great shot. Stress on through the smoke, finds Festa. Oh, Modo! That is beauty of a sequence. Beautiful counter strike, beautiful LARPing. And no in a 1v5. They haven't even done any damage towards the CT side. Finally, he gets a kill in to change that, but how much more can he get? Nothing else. Beastic to shut it down. And Modo has been the highlight man of this map so far.
He's just hitting everything. Very confident. And when you get into that flow state, especially as an AWPer, you just want to start taking duels. Don't matter where you are. Out there to the doors, doesn't try and block, doesn't try and slow it down, doesn't try and play passively. No, just go out there and fight them. The Shock is the guy that's making sure that they can't come out of the upper tunnel, so just focus your attention out towards the door and the window.
Fast into the T-side line, flashbangs giving him blinded. Tin's not been checked all the way, will get found by Stress on in the end. AK involved, the Kisserek 2 lined up, triple kill. He gets his own great individual sequence, and they get mowed through. Instant casualties, instant demise, nothing for the Young Ninjas on this T side, and looks to be nothing more in this series. I have to, again, I hate to be that guy, Dwayne, but I don't see any more hope here left in them here.
No, none at all. And I'd like to think that Sinners need to improve their Dust 2 to get ready for the Tier 1 environment, because they do pick this map quite a lot. They're on a bit of a losing streak. Now, the loss to G2 is completely acceptable, especially on LAN, but the loss to Sashi getting 6 rounds, 5 rounds against AM, 10 rounds against the Alien and Nickelback Whitebird, those are unacceptable, especially when you start moving up those higher echelons. So for Sinners, this maybe isn't a great example because you're not going up against a strong team, but I'd like to see over the next few weeks before they go to Atlanta, before they go to the major, just what their Dust 2 can look like, if they can improve it, because it will get punished against them otherwise.
Young Ninjas won't post up a challenge at this stage. Maybe we'll get to see out a little bit more so in some of the other best of threes during the play-ins positions and the play-in stage. In the moment where Sinners do really get tested on it, but Ninjas were never really a squad that were going to push them the distance on this kind of a map up. The stress arm will take a kill. Kisarek will follow it up. Burst and spray. Can't quite connect the casualties in. Ghostkey can get one trade back, but he now stands alone. 1v4. Running out of bullets as well. The Deagle. Kisarek will take him back. And no major damage done towards the CT side. It's the last round of the half. And Sinners have only missed one beat so far in said half. Young Ninjas have gained very, very little.
Now, even shooting hard has not been much of an element on this T side. The Dust 2 has been one of those maps where every time they go in for an exec, they're just giving a multi-frag away to someone else. The trades are there, but no one's really shining. But Young Ninjas, they're in a position right now, just in, let's say, World Counter-Strike, where they are desperate for a good few upsets, because they're, what, 135th on VRS. I know that they're in CCT challenges at the moment, but you're not going to be getting many VRS points, because they lost to Brute, which is a very weak local Czech-Slovak team. They beat UK squads of Dripman and TLR, but you're not getting many points off of them. So maybe not an opponent like Sinners, but you need to start beating teams somewhere around the 50, 60, 70 marker. Otherwise, you're going to find it very difficult to frequently play on HLTV.
Valley inside the top 140 as of this morning. Get chances to play against that level of opposition. So when the opportunities come, you have to take them. Started off well in this round here with a shot from Rud down the mid doorway. Note involved towards Kisarek, can find a kill in the tunnels with Shock getting that trade back. He takes a lot of damage in responsive of it though. Might need some backup. Beastnik catches one player walking solo out of the long house. The AWP of Rud can catch another kill on Stress Arm. And now Shock feels very exposed here. Mid backup lost, and they're coming into that B-bomb site.
Shock just needs to try and find a kill somewhere. Now, at the moment, they're flashing out. He's giving himself a little off angle. Can he get one?
No, not quite. Beastnik caught the trade on the run. They know he's coming in towards that, from that A-bomb site. Utility forward here. HG's ahead of them. Another one has been found. His AK's going to lean in through the window. Slightly deeper smoke comes out of it, but the HE will reveal him coming in from the window now. Cindy is trying to force one player away from the big box. That's not going to happen. They're just both going to be trained in. Tight crossfire, separated by a smoke. One man seen towards car, burst upon. Second player unknown as of right now. Now he's been seen exposed in the open. Eventually they will combine. The Vesta take the trade back in a second round post to the Ninjas, but it's still 10-2 up for the Sinners.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Slight little bright spot from the Ninjas in that last round of the half, but it's still an absolutely monstrous comeback needing to be generated and still very little overall shown by the Academy side. Not that it's unexpected, Sinners were the heavy favourites coming into this tournament, let alone this matchup, and the Young Ninjas are feeling the fire of that.
And I just got the vibe, especially with that interview from Shock and getting asked what went wrong in that series, couldn't quite come up with an answer. They just weren't really focused. They probably thought that Sashi were going to be a rollover, right? That you'd go into that series, get an easy 2-0, see you later, we're straight towards the land. They recognise now, okay, we're going to have to work for it, we're going to have to win this game, we're going to have to go into the play-ins. So let's focus up, let's not get upset again, and they just look so much better because of it.
A good shot from Joski, at least looks a little bit better to draw first blood in the half, kill on stress on. Simple dome to the head, and with that noise being made to draw attention away from the B-bomb site. They were caught in rotations here on the Ninjas. Right, still caught Kissarak to a 5-on-3 we go. Only 2 players on that bomb site. Bomb needs to get planted soon enough. Moto and Beaststick get those trades together. Bomb plant now looks to get secured. Teen is known a player in the corner there. Beaststick will get caught. Moto with one more pick to his name. Needs to hold off for a little bit longer though. His teammate's so far away. He's running out of ammo, but still gets that kill in. Reload back. One player stands alone. Headshot. Oh, damage being done. He spammed him away. And Moto's turn up a 4K to seal the pistol for the Sinners.
Well, Moto has given some excellent X factor right there in the pistol. Always very difficult when you're trying to waste time and you don't have a huge amount of ammo to work with. You've got to be very critical on just when you want to shoot. The rat was still coming through from the upper tunnels, 18-1. We might see one of the highest HLTV ratings in the history from Moto by the end of this map.
Definitely selling him short by saying impact in the pistol. It's been impacting the entire map from the man. AWP has been absolutely stellar on the CT defensives, and now running through them on the pistol round itself. 18 kills deep, top fragger in server, backed up by Kissarak and Beaststick, also on 16 and 15. Kissarak falls, it won't be a massive loss towards the kill potential of the Sinners side, who continue to act up. A longhouse position, a 1-for-1 trade. Streson's got potentially 2 or 3 to line up right here. They actually do get a couple of kills at the pistols alongside a double from Vesta. Suddenly, Moto's alone.
Bomb dropped out in the open. Now you just crossfire for the CTs. Good pause from Vesta out towards the pit. Re-smoke goes down, does try and fight before that smoke comes in, and Young Ninjas just found a little bit of positivity there. Rather than sitting back on the bomb side, using the range of the scout, having the pistols grouped in and around short into A directly, they try and fight, they try and walk aggressively. As soon as contact gets made, everyone swings wide. Well done from the youngsters.
Moment there for Vesta and Joski to strike him down. Vesta with a triple in the end. The stand-in stands up. It's a very difficult round to win from the outset there for the Ninjas. They'd be lucky to have it. And grateful that it was successful. Sinners are still going to try and fight back though. They've got Tech 9s on a false investment round. A Deagle on Beaststick and Shock also for range game. No loss bonus, of course, at this stage in the half. Tank into the eco in the next. Or just steal it outright and cripple Young Ninjas.
This is winnable, just difficult. You really need someone to work an opening kill because you don't have the util, so you put quite a lot of emphasis on one of the pistols to just contact, just to scale. Young Ninjas know we could probably get away with maybe even 8 CT rounds here. With this being a 3-11 and getting the anti-force by reset, you'll get some early momentum going on the CT side, you'll get the economy in order. It's just that when you get deeper into the gun rounds, that's when it's going to be very difficult to keep pressurizing a comeback and rather than just allowing Sinners to close.
Any one round will get you to map point, and any one round after that will seal the map outright. Take away Dust 2, the pick of the Ninjas side. Sinners actually managed to overwhelm Note here, right, with 1 pick. Joski on the scaffolding will take a couple back of his own, drop that bomb most permanently. The round will not go any further here for the Sinners camp, so nice and effective for the Ninjas to deal with the pistols. And staple rifles will stay in for the CTs and all. This will be a harsh recon for Sinners that will allow a little bit more survival time for the Ninjas camp. But you are mostly looking to the rifle round is where things will start to look to close down on the Sinners camp.
A really good hold in there from Joski, and considering he's a Finn, he's actually got very good English, and it's probably helped that he's played in the British scene quite a lot. He was a part of that CS Dillet team recently that have now completely disbanded, so it was a good move to go over here towards Young Ninjas. The least amount of HLTV maps out of anyone in the server. So watch out for him in the series, see if he can provide any more going into the next round, and then especially going in towards the next map. Shock just trying his best to get a bit of extra damage. They didn't invest much. They get them away with what? Bomb plant, 1 kill? Yeah, that's all right.
Little something. We need to bolster up the buy state for the Sinners in this next round. It's just to get to those rifles, a little bit bonus utility. Again, this is the focal point now for Sinners to try and shut this whole thing down. Need 2 still to win. M4's out, AWP on Rud. No orbs in the Sinners camp who take the very slow approach to the default.
A lurk smoke coming through from Shock should bring a re-smoke in for the CTs. Very slow. Shock just trying to see if anyone's going to repos on the edge of that smoke, try and pressurize an aggressive move. Have all of short. Don't have long because of the spawns, but plenty of util so they can commit short, go for a fake, hit mid to B. They've got plenty of options, especially with Shock still being here in the lower tunnels.
Vesta leans up, sees one player with the bomb in the mid position. It's not going to be much for them. Good timing on the flashbang to try and blind spray. Does more damage than they can dish out. Stress on the 27, Vesta to 73. 45 on the clock, and the short access is now formed up. Stress on will stick around in mid, just missed the angle onto Vesta. They've got 3 to deal with on the defensive, including Run's AWP.
Stress-on might catch a B rotation. They've just got to make sure they blind off this AWP.
Ash missed, shot missing out, because Surek can land onto Vesta. Modo with a follow-up as well onto Teen. AWP shot still not landing at all for Rod. 3rd attempt will be his last. The Shock takes him down. It's a 5-on-2. Sinners have perfectly executed. Young Ninjas could not resist, even in the slightest. Bomb secured. Joski, no, 2v5. That point for Sinners.
Yeah, Rudd has been a fairly high spoken about prospect. I actually remember watching him when he was just 16 years old. And now up to 20, gone quite far in at least the amateur divisions and some of the lower ends. But right there, I mean, you can just see the quality difference, can't you? I mean, he's not being blinded on that first shot. It's unacceptable to lose the first. Now, yeah, it gets a bit more difficult. There's quite heavy pathing. There's a molly towards you. But when you've got Moto on the other side that's just hitting everything, you have to do the same. You have to match them if you're going to beat them, if you're going to compete against a squad at this level.
Seven map points to hold against the Sinners camp. Their level most clearly defined. Modo, excellent shot on Rudd. All battle going his way as expected. 20 kills deep. Has been the lights out man of the Sinners camp, and turning the lights out of Rudd, turning the lights out of the Young Ninjas in this map up, because you just haven't seen a lot of hope from them at all throughout the course of this one. Didn't have a lot of hope from the start. It's the kind of game that makes you already call the series a very early point in it. Vesta caught by B-Stick, flash timed as well. In the wrong way, he checks those corners, and a 5-on-3 ensues.
Even what we saw there from Moto, I mean, it's an easy play. He drops a decoy. As soon as the AWP fires from the decoy, that's when Rudd peeks into the angle, and Moto's just holding for it. one piece of utils just drawn out an easy opening kill, and then from there you just pressurize short with the in-game leader. A note is being mollied, and he's going to get forced out to the open, and with that spam that's instantly going to come out to the doors, you have no hope of surviving.
One player left on the Young Ninjas per bomb site. Joski going to start searching towards B through tunnels. As soon as Shot gets this kill, it will be an easy and open plant. Still have the emphasis towards the mid control though, and with that smoke down, it's just to draw attention. This team will not fall for. He's going to have to focus on the defense more directly. The search towards tunnels will start to call it in for Joski's part. Will start to get the information. But you are resting on team to essentially 1v5 this defensive line. Smoke's out, Flash is catching him. Bomb site free for a plant. This is an impossible retake.
Joski is just trying to clear out an extremity just to see who's trying to cut a rotation against B. And it's going to take you ages. Are they top mid? Are they in short? Is there someone still hanging outside a long? You just got no info.
One man engaged. Joski down. Teen alone. You heard there in the CT spawn. Fight one. Get that kill on B stick, but needs a whole lot of more, and he will not get a single damn one of them. Excellent stuff. Simple stuff from the Sinners. Expected stuff from the Sinners. A very nice 13-5. That seals on Dust 2. The pick of the Young Ninjas has fallen out of favour, and the rest of the series should do the same from here.
And very similar to how the series against Sashi started up in that game that could have promoted them straight towards the LAN. They went into their opposition map pick. They absolutely clotheslined them. Now, there were some struggles on their own map pick, and especially on the Decider. I don't think that's going to happen here today, though. This is a locked-in Sinners that want a very clean 2-0.
And they should get it, right? I mean, look, I think you make a very good point about learning from that Sashi series and just going right back into maintaining your own right here. I mean, this is a team that shouldn't give you much contest, shouldn't give you much problems at all. And, well, that was the case for map number 1. For map number 2 now, I'm expecting a similar affair, right? Like, again, it's just a Ninjas that were weakened from the outset. They were not a team that you should looked at as contenders here in Conquest of Prague. And now you look at them with their weakened elements, with the fact that they haven't got a full lineup anymore. And you just think that there is nothing that they can do to stop this oncoming onslaught.
And they've proven that even on LAN against those better teams in Tier 2, they just can't really hang. Like, they went to LAN recently, in March, and they couldn't take a map off of Eyeballers. They couldn't take a map of Alliance. They're competing, but they're not pushing that distance. And perhaps it's just because they're a fresh team. I mean, this whole lineup came together in, February? We're now in April. It's 2 months for Academy players. It's not ever a huge amount of time. And now when you find your in-game leader wants to go elsewhere, I mean, there was rumors of him going to Ill Will. He ends up going to Eternal Fire. That tells me he was just looking to jump ship to go somewhere better. And if you're everybody else, you're looking at it thinking, well, it's a classic Academy system. We've got to rebuild again.
Oh, and the loyal servant leaves. I guess everything needs to be restructured in their own right of things. And you are right, it's an Academy thing. Academy team's got to deal with it at the same time. Young Ninjas will have to deal with it in the long term, though, because in the short term, it looks like they're losing. It's Luke coming up next. The pick of the Sinners feels like a punish against the Ninjas side, who are going to struggle when we return from the break.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, Chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
Lit up by Modo, shut down by Kisarek, and absolutely dismantled by the Sinners. The Young Ninjas didn't do much in their opening map, Bubba does too. Shouldn't do much now in the second map of Nuke, unfortunately. It was always a mismatch. The Sinners are locked in, and they're not going to give this one up. They want their playing spot, and they want it now.
Indeed, and when you've got Modo having his 4th highest HLTV rating ever, and then you go into a map like Nuke, which is also an AWP's paradise, Heaven Rotator, always taking fights, always supporting, it's going to be very difficult to compete, to even allow rounds to flow here for the Young Ninjas. Now, yes, they did play Nuke only a few hours ago, and they at least got some play rate on it. It's going to be very difficult to even show, let's say, more than 5 rounds like they did on map number 1.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough little affair. It's just one of those things where the mismatch is too high. I mean, yeah, you mentioned that the Nuke result against the last resort earlier, 13-11, still 24 rounds against the UK team, a team that are never really at the level, that they've never been at the level of the Sinners side, and that is going to basically, that's the defining factor of this whole series, right? Young Ninjas, an academy side of low ranking, Sinners, a team that's going to the major. Like, this was expected. This is what you were going to see. This is what we were always going to see, and there's nothing that they can do to change that here. Not now, and certainly not anytime soon.
And the only teams that are going to change our perspective on Sinners are probably going to be some of the Tier 1 squads that they're going to face at IM Atlanta in a few weeks, when they actually get to the major itself. All of these Tier 2 competitions that they're going to be playing from now till then, they're going to pretty much be beating everyone until they start facing the alliances of the world and the eyeballers and the teams in and around the top, let's say, 20 to 35 marker. Anybody else, it's just chicken fodder for them. They should be slapping them day in, day out, best of 3 or best of 1, don't matter.
It's not impossible that we'd see an Eyeballers versus Sinners matchup during the playing stage, but you are kind of reserving those kind of matches for the LAN itself, right? Especially in the case of Alliance, who most certainly will be at LAN now. They've got the higher seed over this Sinners side. So I guess in that respect, you're kind of marking them down for not making it through as simply as your key opposition rivals have done. But in general, like, just for the context of the Swiss stage, that you are looking at Sinners as being favourites over pretty much everybody that's left in this Swiss stage at this moment. So whether it be Young Ninjas or the Fnatic boys or anybody else that they face during this round or next, it's going to be an easy affair. And in this case, it is an easy affair. So far, it will be an easy affair for a 3-1 Swiss stage overall. Sinners are locked in. They're ready to go. We're ready to go here. What should be our final map of the night.
For Young Ninjas, this is just another chance to maybe see what Vesta is going to be made of. Had a pretty good individual showing out there against TLR. No averages of 1.30 rating on this map in the last 3 months, and then Rudd at a 1.20. So the two guys that hit very hard against some of the lesser known teams in Tier 2 need to try and give it against one of the very best in Tier 2.
Pistols are live. USPs versus Glocks. No defuse gets in from the Young Ninjas side. They're trying to rest entirely on their firepower, and Joski is good at least to dish out that firepower and kiss Surek alongside Note with a headshot gain on Stress Arm, but Shock takes that immediate trade back. 2 for 1's favouring the Ninja side. Joski's all alone down here. The backup still rotating. Shock does not check that closer corner, and Vista can get his kill back in with Rudd to deal with Modo on the back lines. It's going to be a pistol win for the Young Ninjas.
I thought they might get beaten by pace with just how quickly they accelerate into ramp and down towards the lower portion, but not to be. Good hold coming through from Joski. And for Young Ninjas, they need to get off to as much of a positive start as possible, try and post as many CT rounds, put pressure on the favourites. Now, no bomb plant bonus and not expense in the last round means that they can just Glock it out, get the rifles in early.
And there's one, not positive here, but one silver lining for the Young Ninjas is the fact that Sinners' T-sides haven't been all that great in the last 13 times they've played this nuke. A chance to get started on the right foot, and if they can make a decent half out of it, perhaps you could still do some more damage, try and make it look like a respectable exit from this matchup. But to win it outright, I am looking at like a very one-sided CT half of the Ninjas camp. And going 2 for 1s once again with the M4 of Joski striking down Shock and B-Stick. Stressan's going to grab that M4 with the trade that has been found. They slow it down here on the Sinners camp, and SMG finds Modo, so we'll lose that one player. The bomb's still on the outside, isolated, so if they're going to make anything happen in this one, Stressan's going to have to force the issue. In the end, Kisarek will drop, and Stressan will need to go down to get the money bonus here. The AK will be more beneficial than the M4.
He just needs to keep searching for a fight. Might be able to get away with one, but no more than that. We've been mentioning the last resort result that came in a few hours ago. Nuke was played in the first half, and Young Ninja started on the City side. They went 9-3, and yet it still got pressed all the way to full rounds of regulation. So I think you bang on there, Jay. We do need to see a heavy CT streak from them. Get a lot of rounds up, pressurize the likes of the Sinners. And for Stress Arm, gets away with one. The M4 does get picked up in the end, so 2-0 start for Young Ninjas.
Impressed they got that pick over at the hell position. And the Sinners, no Kevlar, no weaponry to speak of. It was a very harsh eco in that one. The rifles will compound, and they will have a buyback available here and now to get their first rifle set on the board for this map up. AKs across the entire T board here. Utility in Sinners camp. Young Ninjas challenging, aggressive. Joski trying to take the fight towards them. He's got an impressive start with the pistols and the rifle. Can he maintain beyond these 4 kills, though, is the big question. Stresson's going to find Vesta elsewhere, so kill beyond the smoke at Squeaky. Link took a tag on the note as well. Man advantage for now for the Sinners.
This is very difficult. A note is going to make an extreme aggro play. They're down by 1, and the timing is very good for him to insert out from door and then go back in towards the A side.
Trying to escape the eye of the blind spray. He's down to 11 points of health. Is he going to dip in for more? He did. He catches Stresson off guard with it, but Stresson puts him down. Maybe getting a bit too greedy there. Orp of Rod can respond as Kisarek will drop on the outside. That's 1 more down. A 3-on-3 regained by the Ninjas camp. Orp up in heaven. Joski going to hide passive a corner. This cubby hole, an unorthodox position that not a lot of CTs play for. Usually kind of active to look down at the trophy entrance. They might not even check this at all, in fact. Press on and shot, backs turn. Perfect chance to line him up, but he only gets 1 headshot. Shot gets that quick trade back as he checks it, and now have access to the site to plant. And 2v2 defend off.
What a good util usage here. Smoke off the single door, get the bomb down towards Astralis. Now they should take double. Well, they're already done it here for Moto.
Molotovs go deep, and Moto will not be burning to them. Won't reveal his position. Flashbang available to try to check the angle anyway. AK trying to turn away from it, but Teen, perfect timing on the swing back. Moto gets caught for it. Shock stands alone. Back at dark, hidden behind the box. Now wait for them to move in from the window. Molotovs go deep. Both players start swinging. AK checks, gets a headshot together. M4 around the corner. Rod's been heard. HE sent, and that is enough of a window for Shot to peek in, get the kill rather easily, and take the first round for the Sinners.
I don't know that we haven't covered Sinners in quite a while. We used to cover them a lot more back in the day than, let's say, the present of 2026. But I've always rated Shock very highly. One of the best clutchers out on Sinners. Really good as an extremity player on T side, activating late. CT side, heavy anchor, never really gets any of the good positions. Very stable on this team. And right here, just doesn't even panic. As soon as he hears the util being thrown, swings instantly. I do like what I'm seeing, though, from the CTs. Yeah, that might be gimmicky from Note, but, bro, you can't sit there and play, let's say, a defensive game against Sinners. You play a usual game. You're not going to be able to outclass them.
You can see how immediate the Sinners side are going to put them on the back foot for the Ninjas camp. They not only lose that round, but they also lose basically their entire buy basis. SMG of Teen able to get the kill onto Kisarek. Scouts from Rudd trying to fire away, but can't connect the kill shots. Kisarek will get tagged up, eventually taken down by Joski. Stresson also a similar story to him at half HP. 4-on-4 established. Moto wins the Orp v Scout battle as Rudd will drop next, and now they can start scaling outside. Stresson will challenge them out of the M4. Shock wary of the backstab from Note coming in. He might not find the angle. Vesta finds a kill on towards Moto in the meantime, backing away, but refacing into Stresson's position. The Galil's trying to take him down. They're taking their sweet time with his Shock. Finally gets Note on that backstab. Andrew's got to do with Vesta, but he still holds his nerve here. 2 kills to his name. Swing out for the triple, doesn't quite land it. It's all on Joski now.
And they know that he was down towards lower, so he's only going to come secret or vent. This is a really easy 2v1 for the T's.
Shock searching, sees him now. Beefstick can start to adjust. 30 seconds. That bomb's also got to think about committing to the site. So Beefstick's actually going to break away from Shock and go into A. Shock will watch the outside angle. The Galil spray is very awkward. Shock can't quite get the kill shot of his own right. Bomb plant to be secured. Joski's got a chance in this one as he takes down Shock, upgrades to that AK. Now Beefstick's got a clutch here. Weapon advantage for Joski. HP advantage for him as well. And Beefstick just wrapping all the way back around, away from lobby into heaven. Joski might not even expect this angle in the slightest. Adjusting, bomb tapped once, head turn away, and indeed, Beefstick will lock in the round.
Just perfect. How has he got heaven? It's ridiculous to do that in a 1v1, but that just shows you just how good these individual players are. I mean, Beastic knows it's going to take Joski ages to get that kill out from T-Red, to get back into main, to then start thinking about searching door and close vent corner and into heart. I've got all the time in the world to get out there. That round might have been close and might have been tight, but you're just seeing the difference between the two sides right now.
Two rounds apiece for the Ninjas. Again, have their broken buy state. Had a broken buy state in the previous. Now just can afford the pistols. That'll be about it. Excellent work from Sinners in the last man, especially to Olszewski for a loop. Vester's Deagle. Only 3 upgrades available to the Ninjas side. He's posted downstairs in the corridors. Heads required to roll down here. Kisarek. First man around that corner, but Vesta is not seeing his position. He's not taking that contact. He's not going to extend towards the man either. As soon as I say that, he starts moving. Check the secret entryway, but no further than that. Deagle downstairs in Joski in Hell, caught by B6 Mac 10.
We're just seeing a lot of space being created in all of these rounds for Sinners. It doesn't matter if it's a gun round, if it's an anti-eco, just taking deep control of the outside. Kisarek gets a good timing against Vesta. And although Vesta's not played for quite a while, Whopper were quite a good nuke team. So I think even though they're mixing it today and they're playing it like a pug, he's going to feel quite comfortable playing this map against Sinners.
Not comfortable enough to make a difference in the context of this early start, though. Sinners losing the pistol and eco only. Other than that, it's been all them. And damage outputs have been pretty heavy on the Young Ninjas side, but the Sinners side, with their own confident basis, has responded rather well. AK's up, Galil's in, Mac 10 also the V-stick. Joski. The ramp access modo in from the ramp entrance. Vesta just completely blind sprays through on Stressor and takes the man down with spam kill. Advantage for the Ninjas.
Sinners are just trying to scale on the outside, so it's a very good spam there from Vesta. Smokes just to start clearing, and then Kisarek gets the timing where Rudd is just overexposed. Joski sees its heavy ramp, and now it should just be an explosion towards B.
Flashbang's catching Vesta blinded. Molotov's going to drive him away. The AWP will try now post for Rudd. Mac 10's in. Deeper mollies come out from 2 men just to keep him even further suppressed. Now rotate down Note into the B defensive more proper. Mac 10 will still lead them in. M4 stands alone. They're flashing the way in towards Hell. Fight from Note. Doesn't quite get the kill for it. Now they start moving in with AKs in mind and will sacrifice B-stick modo. Trade involved. Vesta now. Next man to the scene. Bomb plant. They're secured inside of the smoke. Molotov's in. Doorway open. Sprayed through it. Old Toxic can't quite get him. And Modo waits and moves around the smoke. Might get revealed at the double doors, but he's challenging Teen. With utility pulled out. Perfect chance to kill. Vesta takes him back. It's all on shock now. Another clutch from another 1v2. This time at the ramp rather than Dark. AWP and M4 to try and challenge. They're trading those weapons back and forth. Head's not claimed. The shot will land from Rudd in the end, and the advantage will tip the way of Ninjas in the round itself. 3 apiece.
Well, considering that that's a 3v5, that's a pretty good recovery to be able to get a bomb down, target the CT economy. Good work from the outside player of Vesta to just keep the spam up, keep those bullets connecting. Ends up getting 2. Really good repos from him towards the double doors. Bit of a shame that he wasn't able to deny that bomb from going down. He had the right idea of, as soon as he hears it in that smoke, just try and spam, just didn't quite get the position. Shock was left in a clutch where you always need to hit that first bullet, hit that first kill, and if not, you're going to get a trade-off.
Sinners are going to try and keep this buy state as low as possible. You can see Teen on an SMG. Vesta's AK out of the smoke. HE's to try reveal. No one's seen the gap being generated. They might have heard some footsteps of players backing away. As Vesta's going to catch off B-Stick, the Diags will clear. One more man seen also towards Secret. Trying to challenge, but no one else will get dealt with just yet. Sinners will be playing down the man for now.
Vesta's been given a lot of space to work on the outside, just constantly fighting from different areas. And they're trying to get a trade back with that AWP top of main, but it gets caught there from Rudd.
Good work from him. Shut down Moto. Big threat of the last map up and neutralized effectively in this one thus far. Another kill comes in. Kisserek to drop. 2 left standing. Only 4 points of damage done to the Ninja's side. And this is the kind of CT confidence we want to hope to see out of them. We want to try and make a chance at this map up. Rudd's seen another kill. The player to kill off and will catch Dressan as he slow walks his way back into the crosshairs of the big green gun and Shock in a 1v5. Clutch that he can't win this time.
Money's not ideal at all here from the T's. Not a great amount of loss bonus. Beastic's got plenty of cash, but everybody else is limited. You were mentioning the low, let's say, success rate for Sinners on the T side. You look at their round win percentage on Nuke in the last 3 months at 38.9. Every other map is around 50, so it's quite a heavy drop-off. Young Ninjas need to try and target that, need to try and get as many rounds as possible.
Ninjas now more securely in a lead over the Sinners side. Bi-State's not there for them. They're not going to invest in around the AK. Shock. Have to be protected throughout the course of this one. He's playing top of silo in the hope that he can work something against Vesta. Harassing element towards the outside control for the Ninjas camp. He's jump facing to try to spot them. So far, nothing is revealed.
Vesta's just trying to gain a little bit more confidence round by round. Over-peeking towards the outside, just like Note is doing out towards door. And at the moment, this hero AK is not even given a chance to get a trade frag off. Very good work from Vesta.
4 kills on the return. Note stole one of them, so not an ace. But done his work and continues to do so. This outside angle is a very key and obvious threatening position. Sinners have struggled to deal with it over the course of this T-side line, so Ninjas making the most out of their silver lining. Flawless from here, because still getting a 9-3 half. Of course, it does imply that they're going to win outright for rounds like these, which Sinners have brought back in. The Orpa Modo, AK's on 3 players. Shot can't afford it, of course. Down to a Tech 9. Default's working outside and inside here. Utility on the outside will get set in. The smokes towards the Diags. Investor will be blinded for now.
It looks as if this is going to be an A-split. The B6's going to try and come in towards main. Now, he got seen briefly from Vesta, and he's expecting it.
Kisserek walking forward, Vesta. Ooh. Inside a mini, catches him in that corner as Kisserek had his head turned too far to watch the mini entrance from the site. It's another kill for Vesta, continuing to stop Sinners in their tracks.
Playing very well. That timing looked promising from Kisserek, and then it ends up going the other way. Joski's doing a job to block, make sure that they can't accelerate out towards ramp. He's got the AWP posted on the angle.
Moto hasn't spotted his contact. 35 seconds for the execution. Shock back to lead him in with the Tech 9. Players right behind. Molotovs at the ready. Clear out the closed vent corner. Their Notes holding from. Forced into the open. We're a fight which you just can't win. Stressan's tagged low at least. Teen at the task now. Smokes in. Flashbang sent as well. Teen spray through. Headshot into the first man. Stressan with a decent response. Vesta gets 2 more picks out of it. Entering through that smoke at mini. Deagle out against Shock. His Tech 9 forced to fight against an M4 as well. And once again, Vesta becomes the main man of the moment. 13 deep and minimum 6 taken for the Ninjas.
But at the moment, Sinners are just getting outclassed slightly by some of the individual moves. We can see that Protocol looks pretty good. Vesta, I mean, walks through the main smoke. I know that he's expecting an A split, but even that's gimmicky. But at the same time, when you're mixing it, when you're playing for just a bit of a laugh, when you're a stand-in, you do ballsy plays. You've got the confidence to make those kind of moves happen. And now you've got AKs to work with on the CT side. You've got a lot of pressure against the favorites.
Who could well go down by quite a margin here in this opening half. Joski's called stress on first. Bomb still going to dive down through the vents. You've got Rudd's AWP to try cut him off, and he will be able to do so. No support behind the likes of Shock. BXT's calls Vesta in the meantime, finally putting him down, but they've lost so much more in response that you're still down a player, still losing your main men of the lower bomb site. You lost the bomb control as well. Kisarek, that smoke, I think, will just about cover off the bomb, so he could recover it. He tries to do so, but there's a deeper smoke involved. HE to reveal his position, gets out of the way, just barely seen by that AWP. Bomb plant will lock in. They will get some bonus money out of this round at least, and at this stage is the best you can ask for.
It's very unlucky that the bomb carrier gets caught transitioning from single door out there towards default, because if they get that bomb down cleanly, this round could actually be quite dangerous. Kisarek might be able to get one kill. Nah, Moto also hoping for a rotation out from Secret, and that's just not come in at all.
They can hear it, they can just lull down the defuse and not even have to worry about it. Young Ninjas. Running for number 7, half advantage gained. Rebuy up for the Sinners camp. What those AKs against Rudd, who's showing no prisoners, taking no mercy. Dropping Shock in an instant. Vesta join up with that AWP. Both play towards the outside. The teams, however, focused on the secret control. Diag's in the way. Yet 3 players downstairs. A 4th man will join them late lurk in the round. Motor's going to try and find the Orp battle. Will deal with Vesta in the interim.
But he's just looking to cut a rotation because everyone else is pressurizing lower. So just catch a straggler on the outside. Doesn't quite get the shot off to the credit card individual. The bomb carrier and Co have got 2 defenders to deal with on B.
Joski in the rafters, no over at dark. Doors open, Molotov sent. Joski checked on, kill found on the first. Now Note can strike down, bomb dropped on all. Excellent coordination by the 2. And Moto known towards outside. Last known location was beyond red box, AWP. No chance to get to the bomb, no chance to plant it. This one stays in the Ninjas' control. 8-3 now for one more round and a half in all. And this is the kind of CT side that might give you some hope, even if it is a tiny amount of it.
Well, where Sinners have been unlucky for the majority of these rounds is every aggro maneuver that the Academy side has brought has just warranted kills. It doesn't matter if it's Note towards door, if it's Rudd towards door, if it's Vesta on the outside. They just keep leaning in quite aggressively and managing 5v4s and then backing off. I mean, right there for the Orpa, that's a very open and exposed angle. There's 2 mollies towards door and a flashbang, and he's still got the confidence to try and peek against the lobby lurker Shock. Nice to see the moves are working out and the individuals are hitting very hard. Great setup down there on lower. Always difficult when there's 2 players, especially on B. This has been a very good performance.
I'm looking for that 9-3 half. That's going to go flawless from a previous position. Also, they've done just that. Rudd's AWP. Leaning up towards Shock's position. Contact round the corner. Stresson's also there with him. Joski going to be first. Port of call, and Shock gets caught looking the wrong way. Joski gets both of them with Rudd to follow it up on Moto, and that is extremely unlucky for Sinners. Poor timing in general. Kisarek down. B6 stands alone. 1v5. And that should be the end of the half, favouring the Young Ninjas quite heavily.
Well, it's been everyone combining with kills, and then B-Stick was just the lurk on the outside, was just hoping that they could take ramp, get the bomb down towards B.
Now he stands alone in a 1v5 clutch. Seen towards the outside, Rudd connects his AWP, and all for one more to close the half. Again, it's 6 to the good on the Young Ninjas.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Not the best of T-side halves at all there from the Sinners camp. From dominant on Dust 2 to now down by a margin of 6 here on Nuke. It was a T-side, which I mentioned before, statistically not been a very good one for them in the last handful of times being played, so maybe the CT switchover will have to try and get them back into control. We are asking for a big old return from the Young Ninjas, who have gained a major advantage and a major lifeline in this best of 3.
Now, we saw at the BC Game Masters in Bucharest, Romania back in March, grand final versus Big. Now, Nuke was picked by the Sinners. It was map number 1 of the series. They got themselves a 2-10 T-side. They really struggled in the first half, and they managed to bring the game all rounds in regulation. They didn't convert towards overtime, didn't convert it to a win, but it tells you, even against a team that we would also consider tier 1.5 in that conversation of qualifying to the major, that they can bring back these deficits. It's just going to be very difficult. Nuke's not quite like it was in CSGO with just how one-sided, especially some of the very early iterations of the map. But right here, it's been an average performance in from Sinners, and they have been given the absolute book by Young Ninjas.
Now take to their T side. Shot's going to spot them immediately coming in towards this ramp control. Get back towards Obs, open Crocker in the window and try and hold from a passive line of engagement. B-Stick instead draws out first blood from Decom. Secretary headshot as he swings out wide, losing his life in the end. And now Shock's up the task, desperately trying to hold them away. His USP teammate right behind him, Modo, gets his kill. Stress on, gets one of his own. And now Joski stands alone with Modo picking up the last man. Pistol win for Sinners.
And this is where Sinners just need to get into a bit of a flow state at the moment. Try and get Modo on that big green as often as possible, and then also probably play quite similar to how Young Ninjas were. High confidence, high press, looking for fights, taking duels. The B-Stick can very easily look at that and say he could just play back passive, play the man advantage, play the crossfire in there from Shot. Nah, still wide swing, still goes in the open. Positive signs from Sinners.
Finally getting G'd up into this one. Young Ninjas in the firepower with upgraded pistols. Not a force bind into this second round. The Beast that can eventually get the kill onto Vesta, taking only a quarter HP damage. First in the second head of Joski. He gives Vesta a little bit of a taste of his own medicine right here. He was the harasser of the Young Ninjas CT side. Now B-Stick and Shock combining the SMG and M4. B-Stick from range challenging that Deagle, dropping that bomb, and the SMG will get a second kill of his own. Bonus cash and all 5 alive for the Sinners side, 5 on their board. And Young Ninjas now to their first rifle set of the half.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about how Nuke was featured in that game versus Sashi in the best of 3. Now, Stressan on that map dropped 22 kills and 9 deaths. He had 91.4 ADR and a 1.81 rating. I'd love to see him find that form, find that, let's say, expertise to start really hurting a young and inexperienced side.
Big gap in those red box smokes. B-Stick flashed in to try swing for contact. Doesn't see anybody on the outside just yet, but should be aware of the fact that there's some presence out here. Sees ahead, takes a spray, does his damage. Vesta forced back beyond it as the smoke will start to clear. Second one will also go down the same. Kisarek starts to pop up from secret to look for contact, but nothing more is seen.
Well, it was good info that no one's gone secret in the first place, and then when you leave a secret player, you can then play heavy for A. Now, for Young Ninjas, they'll either need to take ramp or A because they're not doing anything on the outside with no.
Remember to form up towards a ramp take here. 3 men. HE's coming in against them. Modo flashed off blinded to get forced away. Kisarek tries to challenge him to note on the outside, so that's the outside alert dealt with, but the T's quickly swarming all of this ramp access. Modo's going to try and challenge from hell. Kisarek rotating in from secret. What can you do with little HP? And now the observation window being contested. Burst Fire does his damage. Incendiary going to try and protect himself. Shot with one decent Deagle kill. Joski responds towards the man. Kisarek eventually going to get caught by that AK. So 3-on-3 for the retake.
And Kisarek just misjudged where the vent was. He was trying to jump in there. Now, Stressan and B-Stick and Modo are still expecting an extremity player. They are expecting a late lurk to come from lobby and drop into vent.
Moto's HE around a little bit off kilter towards the back side rather than the back of the rafters. Teen seen and double dinked down by Modo. Stressan is trying to act out from the double doors. Joski seen and dealt with on B-Stick's par. 2v2. Time's ticking. A fight. Joski lands ahead. His 18th kill of the game and even swinging for number 19. A full-on ace in this round for Young Ninjas to post up double digits.
Great work coming through from Joski. Always a great feeling when you can have a good individual performance against one of the best teams. 19-7. Wow, what a statement. And for Sinners, they'll look at that round saying, we had the reads, we even had a man advantage going into that retake. And here are some of the last shots coming through from Joski.
Excellent work from the Finn. Young Ninjas can extend that advantage, shut down Sinners' returning streak. 5 to make up once again. Orpa Varad on the outside is watching from Silo, looking down against B6's position. M4 again, going to try and search for those gaps in the smokes. This time none generated naturally. The HGs will try and clear positions, but spam damage is pretty minimal against the T-side line. Returning damage on Shock is a little bit more so. And gets himself down towards Decon and watch out with the jump face and try and check the T-side players to move into the B site.
Now, when he gets contact, what he should do is open up the single door and instantly get up into the rafters. Have a strong position to defend off B.
Exactly what he does here. Teammate to watch the window, which has already been popped open here. M4. A1S out towards the window position. M4, A4 going to be watching in the decon angles. Good engage against Vestar will take him. Note will drop the same. Joski picks up 1, but he loses his teammates, and eventually he will drop the same himself. And now Teen stands alone on the lurk upstairs. 30 seconds to the clock. Stressan catch him in the back soon enough. And Teen take the kill back to return that confidence for Sinners.
And this is going to be difficult to close for 2 reasons. First off, you don't have an in-game leader that's going to be able to call out a pocket strat. And secondly, it's just the pressure of when you've still got 3 more rounds to close and the opposition are winning rounds cleanly. Like, we look at the one that got converted from Young Ninjas to get 10, an ace is required. Right here for Sinners, all that's really required is a good crossfire on B, and they keep 4 alive. They upgrade a lot of weapons. 4 rounds the difference now. Light and Deco, AK into the hands of Kisarek. You've got Galil in the hands of Stressan, and that AWP, of course, in Modos.
Not too unexpected, given the circumstances, to see that level of caliber difference between the 2 sides. Sinners. One good placement is all they need to win a round like these, and the ecos are should be pretty easily dealt with the T-side line individuals. All 5 alive in the end. Back within 3 of the T's now. Young Ninjas back on their bye state. Still got 3 to close. Might be able to edge their way into victory. Sinners and maintain their confidence, however, regain their control. Go one further step beyond, take them down in this round, reset the economy, and close the gap to 1.
Nades to start off from Teen. Wants to try and get an aggressive duel. Oh, gets very close to contact there against Shock.
Blind sprays of Shock will try to come in, and there's smokes and flashes are in the way. Secondary flash is going to catch him blind. His teammates in the opening. He get one of those kills out, running out of ammo as he spammed his way too much. And kills found from Joski to get the man advantage, site control, access to A. Bomb plant will be secured soon enough. CTs have got cash, so it might be justifiable to try and look around for some sort of way into a retake. But they are pretty effectively locked out of the bomb site right now. Smokes will try and suppress one angle. Backstab's coming into the lobby. Kisarek in heaven, watched by Joski, though. In the end, that AK starts backing up, as does the AWP. B-Stick will search for exit frags. Olden lobby, Modo's AWP. Thin them out as they make their way away. Footsteps heard, shot missed, but the legs connecting. Kisarek lands 2 kills out of it. Third man right around that corner. Note is going to get taken aback. And V-Star will take one more trade back onto Kisarek. Modo will save that AWP in the next round. He's being hunted, though. Player moving in. Best are going to get caught. And all 5 do go down to the Ninja's side, so not bad of the exits on the basis of the Sinners camp. They've got cash to invest into this next round as well.
Yeah, so they did try and go for that. They had B-Stick that was in a good position towards lobby. Kisarek also struck with 1. It was just a late retake, and the percentage of winning those are very low. A lot of things need to go right. You've got to panic the T-side players. You've got to almost sometimes hope they leave the bomb site too early. And Vesta was not moving at all. He was the player that closed that round down. As you can see, Kisarek gets in with 2, but then here he is, reverse default, that kill. That was the player that was trying to get onto the bomb. So the buy is not going to look great here for the T's at all, but it's already 2 T rounds. I mean, they've done quite well to get themselves here just to a state that they can start knocking on the door of 13.
Again, the losses they've taken in those efforts, the laboured rounds that we've seen out of the Ninjas camp, still left Sinners looking like the more confident team, even if they are on a major back foot even at this stage. 4 rounds to the good on the Academy side's advantage. Still could edge their way onto victory. They just need to maintain. The rifle bases won't be amazing with this next round, though, neither the utility bases either. Kisarek, M4, fast plays coming in towards him. Will dink down Joski to start things off. AWP and Modo lands that first player. Second man starts to swing out rather wide, and Modo trying to go for wall bangs will take a lot of damage as a result of that. Kisarek, here's players coming and will get overwhelmed. Note with that casualty, Shock can't hold on forever. He'll dish out some damage. There's 2 low HP players on the Ninja's side. Stress on involved. He's not going to try and down the bomb plant from here. He's going to try and set up for the retake instead. As Rudd takes down B-Stick, it suddenly starts to turn the way of the Ninja's side again.
And Rudd's in a really good position to fight against this AWP. It's all about timing.
Modo's low HP. Stress on and Shock need to do the heavy lifting. The shot lands a Modo, though. Player at dark, player on site. Player in rafters. Burst fire. That HE sent down. Team's dead. No, engaging. Sprays are good on this one player. Vesta in the corner. A very awkward adjustment. Gets his kill together, though. Last man standing. Modo's low. And Vesta gets his clutch that puts the Ninjas up to map point.
Just a bit of a lazy check there from Shock. He cleared the angle, but didn't go wide enough. Didn't see him tucked all the way in the corner. And that looked to be a bit of X factor on the retake, not to be. Another clutch situation that comes out. And we're just seeing some of the best out of the individuals. Rudd with a rifle doing good work. Joski for the majority of this game. Vesta from the first half and the second half to win a 1v2. Had some very close calls, but Young Ninjas were up 9-3, 10-5, 11-7, and now 12-7. 5 map points to close.
Fast again for the Ninjas. This time Modo puts down that first contact to Vesta. Second man contact, Shot connects on Teen. He's had enough of this. We found the old Modo, the one from map number 1, who kicks a 3K to shut them all out. Rudd still trades back, picks up that AWP. Him and Joski still have a job to do. In the 4v2, they've got a major disadvantage to contend with. The Sinners try and battle back into overtime. 5 rounds to make up to get there. Joski's searching, found a gap in the fence, Rudd's AWP. Protected by a smoke, will now bring that bomb into sight and plant it safe for Decon.
Joski needs to make a play. They need some magic to come out in this 2v4. They don't have util to block. They've got one more smoke from Joski, so that's going to have to get used soon.
Tucked in tight. Retake up on the Sinners. Rudd checking all sorts of angles, hits his shot on shock. Looks in for a second round on the left-hand side, looks out towards the observation window where he loses his life. Kisarek takes him down, Joski known, Molotov on the block and try and stall him out for as long as possible. Smoke should come out, Kitzer in play. Trying to get his contact, they almost line up for him, but B-Stick takes the HP advantage and applies it towards the Ninjas side for their first out of 5 required out of the Sinners.
Now, it's not going to be easy to close for Young Ninjas just because of the economy. Now, how many bomb plant bonuses are you going to get on the lights and ecos? Probably not many on Nuke. So you don't really have that many more gun rounds left because round 21 is going to be an eco, round 22 is going to be a gun round 23 is going to be an eco, and then round 24 is going to be a gun round. You've only got 2 good chances remaining to make sure that you wrap this game up in reg rather than pushing it out towards OT.
Ninjas have done an amazing job at contesting this map up, and well, if I'm any of the competitors that Sinners are going to face in Lorgar, Atlanta, or Cologne, I'd be taking a look at this map saying this is a perfect punish pick chance. Because that seems to be what it is right now with the Ninjas and what they've done so far. Overwhelmingly good CT side, the pot position couldn't really contest against them. They've edged their way into a map point situation where they can survive now in this best of 3. They just need to get this one past the finish line. Lesser by round right there, dealt with quickly. Rifles now inbound for the Ninjas Academy side. And their tacticals are called in, their first of this map.
And it's not as if Sinners are fairly inconsistent online and they got, let's say, into the major with their LAN success. Yes, they performed very well on LAN, but look at their online records. The IM Atlanta closed qualifier, they were able to beat teams like Alliance, Johnny Speeds, Fnatic, all getting 2-0s there. They've been able to win a CCT. They had a couple of top 4s in CCT recently. But their online record is pretty good. They know that they should never ever be losing to Sashi in a best of 3, and they should never ever be losing a map to Young Ninjas, no matter what it is. 3 rounds the difference. Let's see if we have an overtime, because I think if Sinners were able to bring this game back from a 7-12 deficit into an OT, you'd give them mass favoritism to close 2-0. It just depends if they can even get 3 more.
Felt like I was going to be fast in for all squeaky door for team in that round, that moment. Sinners hold down the line. Shock M4 involved. Spray through's good on the first man. Joski with a responsive 22nd kill of the game for him. Stress on now, trying to spot for him on top of the rafters. I'm going to get checked all the way here. They lose Kisarek. 1 kill found. 2nd kill missed out entirely as Note turns up a double. And the advantage turns away the Ninjas. A site gain. Bomb plant secured soon. Modo and B-Stick up to retake it to save the Sinners here on Nuke.
Modo's going to give info away. B-Stick has to try and come from either main or from heaven. Very difficult.
HE on Rudd will tank his damage. Modo leans up and Vesta puts him down. B-Stick leans forward, gives away his position, and Note will land that headshot that will keep the Young Ninjas alive for the time being, taking us to a 3rd map against all odds. Did definitely not see this one coming, Greg.
No, this is a good performance coming through from the youngsters, and it's an upset where a lot of things had to go correct for them. I think in the first half, they had all of their aggressive players striking. You look at that last round as an example. I mean, even Stressar knows himself, he should always be able to transfer down to the crosshair towards Hart, always get a kill. I think individually they looked really good, and there was a few players out there on Sinners that just looked a bit average, didn't really shoot back as hard. Vesta looked really good in the first half. Joski put up a lot of numbers. Rudd found form with the AWP, so yeah, good showing coming through from the youngsters.
Indeed it was, and again, considering the history that Sinners have had on this map up, I'd be trying to avoid it as much as possible in your upcoming competitions, because, I mean, this is an academy side that shouldn't really be giving you much of a task at all in this best-of-3 series. We saw them get wiped out on Dust 2. Nuke end up being almost the polar opposite from those boys. An excellent opening half from the Young Ninjas, not that great on T side for the Sinners camp, and now we have to play out Mirage to see whether or not Sinners are going to choke another opportunity to make it out of this Swiss stage.
Well, I thought they were going to pick Mirage in this best-of-3. Like, looking at their map pool, looking at how much they picked Dust 2, how much they picked Mirage, I thought here for sure Mirage was going to come in and we'd maybe get Nuke as a decider. So I've got no fear. Like, I have absolutely 100% faith that Sinners are going to close in this best-of-3. They'll just be disappointed to not do it in 2.
Well, certainly from the Sinners' perspective, I would look at that and say that the history definitely favours them in terms of that map up and its records. But I think that if you are the Young Ninjas right now, you could be fired up. You could be motivated. You could look at this whole thing saying, listen, we just got trashed on Dust 2. We had no chance to maintain it. We've gone into what should have actually been a punish pick against us, because Sinners picked into that Nuke, and we've actually done the opposite. We've actually managed to maintain ourselves. We've found some good performances. We've taken away a map up from the series, which should have been a 2-0 in their own right. So now, with the puck style in mind, with the players involved, maybe there could still be a bit more of a contest to hold from the Ninjas side. Mirage will be coming up next here in our final map up of the day. We'll see whether the Ninjas can indeed pull off the impossible after the break.
Tati, už jsem to vymyslel. Nemusíme tady mrznout, už vím, jak můžeme letat.
No to půjde těžko bez křídel.
Máš pravdu, ale proto tady mám Red Bull. A ten nám dá křídla. Stačí, když se napije.
Aha, a jak asi?
Ale tati, prostě se napij. Počkat. A co to je?
Co to je? 40 pod nulou to je. Nebo jsi smyslel, že tady zůstáváme jen tak pro zábavu?
Red Bull vám dává křídla, ale jen když ho piješ.
Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, Chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
I had to switch up the flow, show you the way that it go. God is good, but his life is hard. But it gets better when you grind it smart. I'm just really trying to leave a mark. We tired of being who they say we are. That's the baton, we gon' take it far. Always been real, we don't fake it all. Tired of 9 to 5, just make enough to survive. Only living on the weekends. You really thinking that's why I'm alive? Listen out the scenes, time to live my dreams, do the things deep inside of me. This life, it continues with fighting me, but I don't have quitting inside of me. I will not jump in these vices they throwing me. Talking to God and there's so much he's showing me. Shaping me, growing me, taking me sowing seeds. A growing tree, y'all get a load of me. Yeah, don't let them slowing me. I get the bag like a grocery. I'm on my grind like I'm supposed to be. And I do not care if you notice me. Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. Exhausted, this passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it. This isn't a robbery, hands in the sky if you got a dream. Learn nothing was blocking me. I was the problem, the only one stopping me. I didn't like it, I had to refocus. Now I'm devoted, I know where I'm going. Controlling emotions, I'm owning the moment. In order to get it, see, you gotta want it. This type of flow make a living break. Confessions over these 808s. Don't sleep on the key, better stay away. I mean, for heaven's sake, I'ma be the best. Came from the endless, playing with the games, bitchy with the chest. Be beating on my chest, trying to get my rest. Watch me while I flex. Every win is a blessing, and every L is a lesson. So when I run into rejection, I know it's only redirection. I see the blessings right beside me. The chances of quitting are likely. I do it like I'm in my Nikes. Don't make excuses, they never excite me. Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. Exhausted, this passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it.
Against all odds, the Young Ninjas have dragged us all the way into map number 3. Mirage certainly could have been a map pick for the Sinners side, so on paper, they should still be at the favourite position. But however, like, I am taking a look at the nature of how things were won out there by the boys of the Young Ninjas side. They looked lights out individually. Joski especially really led the charge for this side, and I wonder if maybe, just maybe, there is a chance for them to try and steal a massive upset.
Hey, you might wonder, but I certainly ain't. Sinners are going to come in with this decider with a lot of threat of making sure they close this series down. I think they learned some valuable lessons in that series of against Sashi. The last thing you want is to, let's say, fumble against a much weaker team, end up going 2-2, and then getting a poor seed going in towards those playing games. This is a really good map for Sinners. They've been able to beat G2 on it on LAN. I mean, that just tells you everything. That was their third last official, and that's a proper tier 1 giant. So they've got a lot going for them going into this Mirage, that's for sure.
Yeah, most certainly. Again, the records speak for themselves for the Sinners. Even the map rate is pretty high for them. 17 times played in the last 3 months, both online and on LAN. Young Ninjas, only 7 of them on HLTV's record. So, again, the mismatch will always be felt no matter what you see. I'm just sort of wondering, because Sinners have already missed out on one opportunity to make it out of this Swiss stage of 3-0, the LAN spot that should have been rightfully theirs, and now you're reduced to playing in this 2-1 matchup, and it's like, right, well, Young Ninjas should have been handily defeated, right? They smashed them, they absolutely throttled them over on that Dust 2. Nuke was the counter opposite, right? Young Ninjas were able to take control on a map that really wasn't theirs. They didn't pick into it. They didn't rent to, they shouldn't really have had much of a playing opportunity in terms of success at all, and still they've managed to make that success. So from their confidence base, with the puggy nature of this team in mind, again, sort of wonder whether or not they can catch Sinners off guard once again.
Well, I think for Young Ninjas, it's going to come down to some key players out on the Mirage. You're going to be looking at No, who has performed okay in this series. He's one of the highest rated players on Mirage recently. You're going to be looking at Rudd with the AWP. You're also going to be looking at Vestar. He was in active roles out there on Nuke. He was outside on the CT side, taking a lot of fights, dueling, winning a lot of them. But for Joski, I mean, when you're putting up aces against Sinners, when you're putting up heavy numbers out on Nuke, you've got to be looked at as someone that can perform going into this decider now.
Pistols are live, the Young Ninjas into the CT side start of this final map in this best of 3. Kits in on Vesta, USPs versus the Glocks. No major upgrades across any of the board right here. Run making no qualms about his position. Beast going to have to start to adjust towards it. I think he might have just been spotted by the man. Indeed, he stops his jump face and starts to search for the contact, but seeing nothing more than just that one gun barrel.
Well, what Sinners are expecting is aggression. That's why Shock and Beastick are pinned out towards TV and this underpass area. Now, there's plenty of room here to commit towards taking Connector, and Joski is over-aggressing. Shock and Stress Arm want this, though.
Engages Shock, finds Joski to kick things off. Pistol has started to the favour of Sinners. First blood drawn. And Bombery quickly making his way into the apartments. Note would have heard those footsteps of the one player. But none of his compadres. They're still going to draw that third player in from Teen. And eventually Vesta's also going to go ahead and join them. So there must have been some sort of call of communication. Gamble stack on B or otherwise. Here they come. Execution. Inbound from Sinners now. Rudd to resist from the back lines. Note closer. Put down by Modo. Rudd missing shots. Teen overwhelms. Dressana and Modo will clean house, and it'll be a clean pistol win as well from the Sinners.
Now, you do feel for Joski. You're on a pistol where you're the B-Apps player. You've been able to clear all of that map control. You get to TV, and there's 2 guys just looking straight at you. You just can't believe that you've made that info play. The wrap in from top mid to have a gamble stack towards A. And even when you start shifting the mass rotations out towards B, it's just entry after entry. Very comfortable round coming through from the Sinners.
Nice way to start. Pistol win, confident rifles. No force buy from the Ninjas to respond with. We've got a Deagle in from Rudd. No Kevlar or Util around it. They're saving into the rifles in the next round. Hopes that they can deliver something there instead. Sinners make light work of this for a 2-0 advantage. Joski will go dropping as the first port of call in the mid-access. And they refunded that Deagle at the very last second, by the way, so they will get back to $2,000. All sorts gain the Ninjas. Start the gamble in towards the A-bomb site this time.
They're just scaling, packing quite heavily. Dressar looking out towards top connector, spots that first player towards CT spawn, and Beastick's going to take that space with the smoke towards top connector.
Couple of things from Note takes down Beastic, surprisingly. Didn't expect him to be there towards the mid doorway. Window does get cleared out by Kisarek, and that quick kill casualty returns. Try and protect the mid control from the CT sideline, ensure that they do not pick up one of those T rifles. Thanks to a fair bit of damage, which Rod will try and exploit a little gap in that defensive to grab that Galil. There's only a Galil lost towards him, though. He actually turns it in towards the kill onto Kisarek, so see what expense can get gained. Modo is low. Treson's also been tagged up for that matter. To that AK. Back from Con, indeed, will take a third player out, so it's very good full eco. Won't save that AK, but that's a lot of damage.
Sinners will look at this first gun round with the expectation of, if there is an AWP in play, it will have to be glass cannon. They don't have great money for it. Now, we've seen Mirage picks on land quite frequently from the side of the Sinners across the last few tournaments. They picked it against Ecstatic, picked it against Masonic, even picked it against Bestia. So it's a map that they're very happy to play at Tier 2, at even some of the higher divisions. Getting this as a decider is a very good map. Joski going double window to start off to probably get a jump very quickly into ladder. Bam in, and Rudd is going to get into ladder room with that AWP.
Up to contest. B-Stick already now the map control down here to the mid position. Best thing to start moving to contact, try and find B-Stick on an angle. Smokes will come in to reveal his position a little bit closer, and they're going to take that strike before the smoke could bloom, so advantage here for the Ninja's side as B-Stick will drop. AWP of Rudd leans in for more. Team's going to get that kill instead on Modo. Stress on with one pick before he drops. There's a bomb being dropped out in the open as well. 4-on-2 situation. Shock trying to find an angle for Kisarek to commit that bomb into the B bomb site. Rudd's watching it already though.
Could be nothing in this round. It'd be really difficult for Shock to even bait the AWPer.
Indeed, Rudd hits the kill. Kisarek stands alone. Get past that big green in order to get the bomb down. Backstab's coming in from Teen as well, so he's only got so much time left before he can get that plant together. Flashbang off the wall. Molotov towards that AWP's position, forced to fight, and now plant the bomb preferably. 15 seconds though, is allowed a bit more time for Teen to close in the pincers. Just about secures that cash injection, but the round will go the way of the Young Ninjas.
And that's just a classic vibes mix round. You go into the very first gun round, you've got no B jump spotter, so no one towards Van. They're playing double short, double con, and one window. So there is no B anchor or anchor at all. Everyone fights together as a unit. Everyone peeks off each other's contacts. And they close that round down quite easily. And they can pick up a couple of those AKs too. So Young Ninjas get started with their first. The cash injection is not great. I mean, they lost a lot of players to the eco in round number 2. So you can't even get a rebuy together.
Upgrades on Stress On and B-Stick. Sinners crippled very early into this matchup. Young Ninjas, that output damage on the eco, full eco. B-Stick still going to land a decent deagle shot of his own though, still trying to bring the fight in as Vesta will fall, as will Note. Heads taken clean off there in those two engages. Bomb now commit to site. Shock should look to get the plant down. Joski would have been heard here at the market. Incendiary sent a little bit off position. Nothing will be affected by that piece of util, and with that, the Ninjas look to throw in the towel. They will catch Moto on the way out, but they're backing off to a save.
Can't believe they don't even have confidence to go in for this retake. Stress Arm was in a good position to cut rotations out towards top mid. And now you start picking up those extra couple of guns. Great shooting in from B-Stick. And if you do look at this team, I mean, he's not necessarily a high fracking in-game leader at all. He puts himself in good positions, but definitely not one that we would categorize in Tier 2. Just domes the B anchor, and then really good crosshair placement to the short individual. Well, if you're no investor, you're fuming because this was a bit of a gift, right? You win the first gun round, you set yourself up for at least 2-2, you maybe pressurize first gun round, go up 4-2. Instead, you've thrown it away to a very light upgrade.
And there was only one player getting those picks in. It was just down to B-Sticks the Eagle. No one else chimed in there for the T sideline. It wasn't some rush tactic that they got caught off guard by. It was just 2 simple headshot taps. The advantage extends on the Sinners side. Up in for Modo, AKs. Room for save of Shock, a little bit of bonus cash they don't need to worry too much about now that they've come into their own. Thanks to their captain, Sinners can get back on track. The Ninjas still have a chance to shut it down, though. They might need to do so here. Do not want to let another Dust 2 apply where they were completely swamped by this in the side.
But Rod is just so aggressive. He's been ladder room with the AWP. He's now in con. He's fighting A. He is setting himself up. There is pure freedom being given to the big green. Shock trying to smoke off towards window, try and see if he can draw in a fight. It is going to be an A split. Him and Stressan can take con control late.
Seconds and Rudd's trying to peek in, spot a player towards this ramp entrance, trying to counter utility. Matches against will not reveal too much. Team's going to hold back at Sandwich. No, gets that kill on Shock. Kill found over towards Connector. Second man unknown about here. Is now Team can strike on one and a second player falls. Gets the rake down latest. AWP pushed away. The Stress on can strike back towards Shaw. Rod's going to get caught by Moto as he tries to save his teammate from the site itself. Vesta moves up. AWP trying to take him back. Shot's missing and Vesta can take a double. And steal around back away. Rifles picked in and one out by the Ninjas.
You just see there for the Sinners, that player out in Sandwich was just so difficult to deal with. The first player jumps over. You're expecting the Palace trade to come in and it just doesn't happen. Very good work in from Teen. And it was just catching Shock when that smoke clears out towards window. Half a second earlier and he just escapes up con completely unknown.
The Sinners being pressed once again. Not so much to a 9-3 half like Ninjas got over in that last map. Definitely not the 10-2 that Sinners were able to score in the first half of Dust 2. Much more competitive early matchup between these two sides. The Ninjas are trying to give us a bit of a game. Show that we were wrong to lock them out, shut them out in the first port of call. Pesto and conversions taken by the Sinners can responded to in kind by the rifle basis of the Ninjas. That might be all the more positive towards them. And maintain that contention though, because Sinners will not go down without a fight, even in this round where they're going to force the issue on the buy.
But we saw previously B-Stick just working the Deagle contact in towards B apartments area, start scaling. You won't expect that to happen again. Hate mid, get one of those rifles. I think more aggressively, I think they need to take a fight fast.
B-Stick leans up and Rod goes down in an instant. Once again, the captain tries to lead by example. Turn back towards that composition. He taps up the head of Teen and all. And now the execution comes into the B bomb site. He's still got 2 more CT to deal with though. Joski, centralized. Spray goes very awkward for him, but he can get Kisserek and dive out of the way. Engages second man. His backup's right there. The bomb could nearly get dropped, but the M4 runs out of ammo. Vesta gets stress on, and now Moto strikes him from the side. Tech 9 overwhelms 2, and Notes on a retake and a 1v3.
B players just fumbling again. Very good pace. Now, it's clear and it's very easy to read that Rudd is super aggro every round. So that AWP has been liking aggro con, liking aggro ladder. So you just pre-aim him, you beat him by pace, and it's one of the very few times that he's just missed, that he's just whiffed on that first kill and been instantly punished. B players can't deal with the pace. Sinners just overwhelmed completely. Great sequence coming out from B-Stick.
Living up to his namesake. The Beast in this round, not the first mass impact moment out of him. Advantage taken and extended by Sinners as a result of just this one play. It's the second kill onto Con that was really impressive to me. What a rock he is for this side, not just in server, but also in general. One of the two players on this lineup that have remained ever since the first iteration back in 2020. Led at the charge for 6 years and 3 months at this point. Sinners now contending against a very broken buy from the Ninjas side.
Funny enough, B-Stick and Choc played on an organization called Dark Tigers before they joined Sinners. That's so long ago that that's now been rebranded to Unity in current day.
Core on the first casualty, takes that first kill on Stress on. Shot can burn him alive. And Joski with a responsive on that for Mars. Now Rudd, his AWP needs to perform. Sees ahead, can't land the shots though, and caught by that player on the stairs angle. Famastas need to get involved here. They've worn down the HP of the AWP. They've held a man advantage in for now. That bomb still yet to commit. Two coming in from Connector. Ooh, back to turn at jungle. Flashes in, they're going to consider where V-Stick is. So that's information given away to the position. And now Joski can strike. Kisserek takes him right back down though. They're staggered a little bit on these pushes. The flashbang sent in. The AK of Kisserek continues to try and look for the man. The AK spray of note turns up the man and doubles up. Indeed he does. Modo will drop and Ninjas continue to go blow for blow with the Sinner side.
And even though it's a bad advantage, it is crazy that Young Ninjas are pressing that top con smoke. I know that there's a flashbang, so it indicates that jungle's being taken. But that's just, it's really gimmicky right there. If you're the in-game leader of B-Stick, you just want to clear map control. You want to be given respect, and it's just not being offered. The team does well to get one, and then Joski just gets on the edge of that bench smoke and then just backs off.
Sinner's going to go fast on this one, it looks like. Stopped by that incendiary, made a lot of noise, and now Rudd's posted the AWP. Smokes up, shot on the shock, denied in an instant. Counteraction util still there from No. HG's on, spraying through, damage done, kill found. Kisserek can take down Note on the responsive, and now Rudd's reposition. He's seen one player jumping out the window. Forced to reposition an angle, take down one over at the van. Does get caught back by Modo as Joski takes Stress on the return. Modo's picked up that AWP to a 1v3 clutch. Finds that first kill. Spam down. Oh, second of the 10-9, but not ready for Joski. He's so damn close. Modo giving him the best go he can possibly get. When Young Ninjas connect two on the trot and disallow a bomb plant from the Sinner side.
Really good hold from the two B players. They are getting hit by a B exec, and the AWP gets first contact for a kill. Short player also gets one. Yeah, there's a bit of X factor that comes in the end there. I mean, you've got a clutch being won on 1 HP. You don't see that very often. The Sinners felt that they pressurized the bomb site really nicely after losing those two opening picks. Got the pistols up close and personal, a lot of util. Modo nearly coming through with a clutch.
1 HP in it, just didn't have his pistol pulled out at the right moment. And the Sinners taking a tactical pause here. A rare sight in this series for them. Ninja should have been beatable from the outset and decimated across a 2-0 situation, but now once again the Academy side is trying to form some sort of threat here. There it is, going to take a lead on Mirage. His pistols are out for the basic ecos. Modo's Neagle's already been tagged to 6 points of health. Attempting to fight into the apartments. I assume that's where spam or spray to counter from Vesta came down. Rudd's AWP in the mid position will back away to give up the mid control. Joski will take it right back. Search underpass just in case. Find the fight. See the players. Unable to hit the shots against them. Eventually, Moto and Stressan will end up dropping, as will B-Stick. 2 men left. 1 man left. Shot trying to sneak in the bomb plant. Team will say no. Keep all 5 alive and 5 on the board of Young Ninjas.
The Academy side playing pretty well out Mirage. I think both teams are winning rounds they probably shouldn't do. We've had, B-Stick walking, B-Apps getting 2 kills with a Deagle. We've had 4 spies towards A with, Teen with a rifle out in Sandwich getting a multi-frag. And then again, close towards A-Ramp with a pistol. And then Joski swings out bench with a FAMAS. Like, they're not clean by any stretch. But you get it up to 5-4. It's a good-looking scoreline. They're in a good position right now.
Like it was a good-looking scoreline over on that nuke. Sinners are heavy favourites in this series and one of our front runners in the competition, and Young Ninjas are still able to do this to them. 5-4 on the board. Rifles across all members of the Sinners side to reinvest to this one. It's a heavy buy, of course. Follow back on an eco. Young Ninjas have a chance to really push on the half advantage, try and make it an 8-4 half. It's entirely possible. Sinners very careful to the approach, the default, to try and avoid that situation.
Rod's just trying to repos the AWP as frequently as possible. We've not seen him crossfiring in this angle previously. He's normally been more mid-center. No, it needs to be wary about a window boost, but then also a play in towards ladder. A lot of good map control towards mid, and the CTs are just offering it for free. Now, this should be a B-split with the top con smoke coming in. They've still got an option for a late lurk of Kisarek in Palace.
Shot watching the apartments. Note, ooh, going to get checked all the way through. Not all the way, actually. But he's very passive on his line of engagement. Vesta instead with triples on the van position, is looking down towards this short access cows. And they just fall apart in an instant for the Sinners side. I have no idea how that happened, but I don't think the Sinners did either.
But it's a great sign for someone like Vesta, who hadn't played a single official this entire year on HLTV. He got dropped by Whopper at the end of July last year. So he's just spent ages. I know he went on a holiday for a little bit after that, then went into September basically saying, I'm looking for an offer. This is a guy that spent 7 months waiting for a chance, and it doesn't matter if this chance comes as a stand-in opportunity. He is showing great individual form.
There may see some teams in the market for a Danish rifler. Kill found from B-Stick is Tech9 again, trying to lead them into the mid-access via Shaw. Vesta's unable to hold on to the significant pressure against him. The Sinners are going to rush down this bomb site. AWP shot missed out from Rudd. Second man crossing, third man's already on the bomb site, and the back line's over a bench. Man advantage taken by Sinners. Young Ninjas, they got cash. They can try and go for a retake here and not affect the buy in the last round of the half. There's not being given any access right now.
Rod's been able to get one, but the time stalling looks very promising. They're probably not even going to pre-aim this player on the boost.
Trey blind shot with the spam downs from the M4. Stressan catching 2 kills, though, from the Latlines team with 1. Knows that second player's beyond the bench, trying to force Moto into a panic, but Moto's too veteran to really give it up towards him. Team still gets that double. Looks for that triple. Kits on him. Kisarek. Not revealed, hides behind harder cover, stalls out the time. Team cannot get this defuse. And it will be a 5th for the Sinners to close out another round.
If you get yourself into that Apps corner, you basically can't die unless he goes up van, jumps to the balcony, and then swings you. It's just impossible. Once you're there, that's it. You've just won the round. Very good effort to come in from the retake, but we've seen how good Sinners have looked with these aggro moves, haven't we? Great pre-aim there from Stressan against the B player from Vesta, who just had a great round previously. It's not been clean, but it has been 5, and 5 T rounds is very good.
Making a right go of this. Young Ninjas still on to take the half advantage, though. 7-5 is their best case scenario. Sinners trying to recover a 6 and all. B-Stick. Hearing the jump faces coming in from one man, of Vesta. AK trying to tap up the head, and immediately with that contact, Vesta's going to have utility at the ready smokes to suppress the apartments, and well, Sinners immediately back off.
Young Ninjas are making quite a big info play towards A main. Now, you'd expect that this is not going to get held forever, that Teen eventually might just start wrapping in towards T-Spawn. Not seen too many info plays from them across this entire first half. They've been quite happy to play deep in bomb sites, play crossfires. So much respect being given again. Stressan is going to go with the bomb towards Palace. So this would indicate that Shock is going to come underpass and that B-Stick might fake B.
Slowly but surely rotating into the positions. They're going to try and fake out the B-bomb site. Drawing attention of a third player. HE's down. Shock just blind firing. Teen on the bomb site. In the meantime, towards A, another individual sequence that might save them in this round. Triple not quite secured. The bomb's been dropped though. Rudd, he's going to wait and bait. 10 seconds to the clock. Man seen in the open, and that's enough. That will close the half in Ninja's favor. The extra kills are all bonuses. The Academy side still lead over the Sinners side at 7-5 to close out their CT side of Mirage.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
What's been the most competitive map up so far between Young Ninjas and Sinners. Sinners got a 10-2 over on Dust 2. It was 9-3 for Young Ninjas, and over on Nuke. This time Ninjas lead the charge at 7-5 at the turn. Into their T side they look to go, where Sinners will try and shut this back down, reclaim control of the situation, and try and take their spot in the play-ins.
And nice to see Teen stepping up, one of the lowest rated players in the last 3 months on HLTV for his side. 1.06 typically on Mirage, but he was getting multi-frags. He was anchoring A to a very high fire line. Rudd's P250 armor just trying to take contact, but it is going to be a B lean.
Score by Moto in the end, headshot of the USP. Young Ninjas now start the execution into the B bomb site. Smokes down at Market. Player firing from short shot, gets his headshot. Moto gets one of his own from Vesta's perspective. Left to right, no on site. Joski trying to force them away, desperate to get a kill in. Needs to get that bomb plant down, and most of all, 5-on-2, making it a 1v5 for Joski to win. He's been a stellar man for his side across this series, but this is a bridge too far, and Sinners will take the pistol again.
Sinners have looked very good in pistol rounds. Just look at how they started out on that T side, how explosive it was, how quickly those entries came into B. Now, there's a bomb plant bonus, but I don't think I want to see a force buy here. I know the difference of the score is only 1, but when you're not dropping a single CT player, you know that there's going to be a lot of rifles because they've got that armor. So I think it's much better to full eco, get the rifles up early.
What they decide to do. I'm definitely with you on the eco basis. And it seems like they agree too. A Tech 9 for Vesta is the only upgrade. No Kevlar or utility around him. Minus that one flashbang for Vesta, the same. Mid-access with smokes also coming down. Fast into Con. Heard the AWP. Fought onto Kisarek though. The kill gets found at the M4 from distance. B6 now seen one in mid. Unable to hit the shots back from Joski. Notes Eagle, the only other upgrade in play for the Ninja side.
Well done for Kisarek to back up that AWP, because I think anytime an AWP gets trapped out there to the top of stairs and towards top connector, it's not easy. One missed shot and you just get overwhelmed, so it brought the A anchor forward. Now the bomb could go down. Very good timing from Beast. As soon as he drops that smoke, he just draws in players.
Moto landing team and Rudd being heard there knows that all he can do is, well, attempt to rotate, maybe draw out some kills. Bit of a stretch even of his own right here. And shut down by Kisarek. Sinners will even the board. 7 apiece. Young Ninja's advantages have been snatched away from them. Off on the back foot in the start of the last half, though. Rifles are out to play for here and now, where they found the majority of their success so far in this map. So they were saving towards. This was a harsh eco round for very good reason. And see if that reason shows.
7-7. And this is where, for Young Ninjas, an opening kill is just going to be so critical. Very fast and aggressive out towards top mid, looking to try and scale into connector quickly.
Joski up. Smokes are down. Burst and spray attempting to get involved towards the mid-access bomb. Also up top mid, can go to the apartments if necessary. Moto's AWP is going to try and watch for the apartment's contact. And Note currently is trying to jiggle out a mistake from an aggressive AWP angle, but he's a lot more further back. Will he start considering a push forward? He doesn't seem to do so right now. Smoke's coming in, split play in, short access being held. AWP shot miss from Moto. Second face also takes down. Note with 1 pick on the T side, 2 back with Vestas responsive. Stress on, only able to get 1 trade out of it. Advantage for the Ninjas on the post.
Probably going to be a save here. Unless Beastic gets a kill in quickly, there's nothing in this round.
He's searching. Smoke's down to trying to assume that short's cleared up. Vesta instead is the man that gets the kill in the apartments. Oh, there's the market, I should say. Beastic finally strikes on 1. Transition to the second, not quite as proficient. Rudd damaged up, but alive to the casualty. And Kisarek caught with his back turned to Joski. Young Ninjas reclaim control.
Well, the B players, unfortunately, don't have the success. Moto just has to be connecting onto 1. It doesn't matter if it's an AWP pick towards short or against the apartments. He cannot leave Stress on to defend 2 areas without impact. Very difficult there from the North Macedonian. You're in the open, you're being swarmed. He gets away with 1. He's done quite well there. Sinners have got a buyback, but it's weak. You're working with a couple of FAMASas. You don't have that AWP into the hands of Moto. If Kisarek was able to save that M4, it could have looked better. This is a great chance to go 10-7 up.
Okay, a fast charge up from Joski in towards mid to find Moto. Players out to the sniper's nest or back off in an instant. Kisarek trying to search around the edges of that smoke on towards ramp, hoping to catch a T-side player in the mix. Not happened here. Boost up as well as giving Joski access to the sniper's nest. Stress on, about to see him with the smoke clearing. Turned away for a moment, refaces it. Joski lands his head. 5 on 3. The Ninjas in full control of the situation. The Sinners are spread thin. Kisarek will be the only defender of this A execution.
Joski is hitting very hard once again. Great double entry to open up mid, and he might even be on for more. Kisarek is now known out from the palace position. Gets drawn in. Just has to commit towards that fight, and Joski can't get us a triple. There it is.
Finland frags out again. 9 to the board of the Ninjas. You mentioned the weakness of the buy for Sinners in the last. For Master Shock saving in, of course, won't be a basis to buy around it in the next round. So now we look towards potentially a 10-7 advantage for the Ninjas camp. You were very, very confident coming into this map. The Sinners should have full control. When does that confidence start to wane for you?
I think really from here, maybe if they get to series point. I think that's the only time. I still would always back huge amount of favoritism towards a team like them just because of the experienced nature. Now, it could be put into question, though. I think we heard it on the interview that had some days off to just relax. Are maybe the priorities not in order? And maybe Sinners looking at, let's say, this next quarter of the calendar where they're thinking about tier 1, they're thinking about scrims, how they can prepare going into IEM events, going into the major, and not considering the here and now in these online officials. You should never be in a position to be threatened against by Sashi. Exactly the same conversation here against Young Ninjas. It's very disappointing to see how they're playing in the Conquest of Prague, especially with how important this tournament is to, let's say, the organization directly.
Yeah, the statutory result was at least somewhat understandable. This one, if they concede from here, then oh geez. If you're Alliance seeing yourselves currently on HLTV's model, the VRS, the higher ranked of the two sides, when they were just barely missing out on the major invite, you say to yourself, man, we've been hard done by this time. Kisarek and Shock definitely hard done by. Down to the right of Teen. Nope, gets a kill on towards Connector. Parshenko, Gamble stacking. A still been dismantled by the rifle players. The pistols are all that's left in play. Chersky susses out with B-Stick is last man of stress on. Will not be able to do much. There'll be 10-7. And a rifle basis for Sinners will buy into the next round with, and that will be the chance that Ninjas will need to gain to get onto series point.
Well, they don't even have money to get an AWP into the hands of Moto again, and I think that's what's hurt them so harshly, is just the economy. Going to the next gun round with limitations. Now, Stresson is hoping to draw someone in, get an exit kill, might even tap the bomb, try and see if he can just force a single death. Now, Sinners might consider taking mid quite aggressively. The money state is still good for a full buy, but just to think about adapting slightly. Got a really good start in this second half, but the Young Ninjas have caused quite a threat in these last few.
They look to try and do the same continuously. Tacticals called in by the Sinners camp. Second of this map up, because they are now really starting to fall behind, and they might start to consider the threat a little bit more sooner than you do. No doubts that if they lose this round, then you should be seeing the Ninjas side up 2 series points. Again, the economy balances out that way. Now, Stresson definitely looks stressed. Look on his face, living up to his namesake, at least the first part of it. All shaping up to be an easy series for Sinners. It's turned into anything but. 3 to go on the Ninjas side. Rifles inbound, no orbs for Sinners. Orbs on right in the mid position. Flashes way in for contact. Joski can work underpass. The CT's back away when they start to recognize there is no contact established early. Threats involved, M4 seeing execution coming in. Joski and Teen, instant picks. Oh, they're looking lights out now. Stresson and Moto doing all they can to trade, but they are going overwhelmed. Stresson outside of the bomb site, spraying blind, hoping for a miracle. We'll get caught for the rotations of the orb. Shock trying to try and move in from CT spawn. There's nothing in this round. The Young Ninjas have absolutely battered Sinners in this time. And they're looking so sharp, Sinners can't contend with it.
And they just get beaten by pace. I mean, you can't blame the B players there at all, can you? Stresson short, Shock's B anchor. They just get overwhelmed. I mean, the A players are just getting nothing. B-Stick 0 kills, Kisarek 0, 1 for Moto. And when you think that just 3 days ago in CCT, Young Ninjas lost out to Brute in the first round, and that's another one of those Czech-Slovak teams. Mikey, that used to play out on Sinners back in the day, Nubik, that used to be a part of Eklot, and then Rilzin, who's never been given a chance on any of the top local teams. You lose to them, but yet today you're in a position to beat Sinners. It seems ridiculous. I know that they're playing Little Mix in the third round of a lower bracket match tomorrow afternoon. And they would have got into that game thinking, geez, we've just been battered by Sinners. Let's at least prove that we can win against some of the weakened competition in Tier 2. This is turning into a massive upset. This has been a very good performance from the Academy team.
What a contrast. Sinners on day 1, Little Mix on day 2. And if you're beating the Sinners side, then surely you'd be expecting to go over the Little Mix camp as well. Young Ninja's going to go fast. Shock reads it, but he's got no backup that can rotate immediately. They're still going to get caught up in the window in the ladder room. Flashes to leave support. Shock gets an excellent double kill. Trying to keep the Sinners side alive. Smoke support involved in the back lines. The cavalry is here. The bomb is recovered, and Joski's working his way up short to try and isolate Shock. But Shock gets a triple. Right instead is the man with the trade. B-Stick caught, spam down from Stresson. Beyond that, Smoke over at Market. Shot with a quadra. And finally, a massive sequence is secured by Sinners, who lock Young Ninjas out of what was a certain map and series point.
I don't know if my eyes were just deceiving me there, but I was for sure thought I saw Note with a P90 running out there towards the apartment. So very disrespectful, very BM there from the Young Ninjas. Now, this is back-to-back maps that they've had 11-7 scores. Now, when they got to Nuke, they were able to go 11-7 and then win instantly to get it up 12-7, and then it only took a few rounds to close. And this time around, you wonder how quickly they are able to get the job done. Very good hold from the B anchor.
It's a massive moment. An opportunity presenting. All shots even baited in and Rudd there. Crack angle held but couldn't hit the man. His shoulder peeking out. Sinners will fall away from the aggressive short positions. Hunker down on the A side. Bomb still out of the apartments at the moment. Execution's not set in.
The deep apps player from Shock is very promising, because it means that Stresson can play short defensively and then just keep 3 towards A.
Flashes go into ramp, counter utility, trying to get involved towards CT spawn. Beasting not affected by that flashbang. AWP of Rudd trades him right back. Kiss right top of the Palace entrance scene of the Molotovs caught back at dark as Joski and Note take him down. Stresson trying to cut off the rotation, trying to cut off the players on the site. Will get 2 kills, but Team trains it and it's Shock alone. Excellent defensive in the last round. Now needs to go for an excellent retake and a 1-on-2 this time. Team to watch a contact, and he goes down to Shock. Joski now to adjust. 16 kills deep. Shock only 10. Moving up. HE's towards the back of the danger box. Smoke on towards that bomb as well, but it's mispositioned. Joski going to try and pull him for a fast one. Check in, Shadow seen with Shock. Could not stabilize the spray this time. Joski instead wins the clutch that puts them up on map and series point for the Young Ninjas.
And what are the A players doing, man? I mean, look at Shock. You've just had such a sick round out there on B. You've got 3 on A. Like, I shouldn't be in a retaking position. He never needs to be in a 1v2 there. Oh, it's ridiculous. They've just been bullying A round after round. Out Palace, out ramp, out top connector. The A players are rubbish. And Young Ninjas have got a very high likelihood of closing right now. Great to see that Joski was the one to close that round down, because him and Vesta, I mean, they've been the 2 guys that have created the most amount of X Factor throughout this series.
You pull no punches and for very good reason. They fell apart so quickly. Such a basic execution, such a basic site take, and Young Ninjas are running right with it. An Academy side who, as of this morning on HLTV's mobile, ranked 140, a little over that in the world, are about to beat major qualifiers Sinners at their own game, on their own home maps. Fast plays in, Shock's got an SMG. No way you can make an individual moment. It's down to Stresson, really. Gets that first kill. Joski to fall. Running acts out, caught by Moto's AWP, providing the extra support. The cavalry is still around the bomb site. Moto lands on Team, drops that bomb. Vesta with 1 kill on B-Stick. Stresson will add another kill to his tally. And at least we play on for a little bit longer. Young Ninjas can't go to fast pace all the time. B-Site's locked down like a prison cell.
So we had 5 map points for Young Ninjas out there on Nuke, and now we've got 4 map points and series points now to close on Mirage. It's not going to be easy. I think the common, let's say, conversation is always the pressure without an in-game leader, with just having it as pure vibes. A lot of things need to go right to be able to get towards 13, but I've seen some of these individual sequences, okay? Some of the rounds that Joski's been able to provide, what we've seen from Vesta, even Rudd when he's had the AWP, he's not been AWPing very much in this second half. And just think, someone just needs to get a double kill. As long as one individual creates a bit of magic, that's just going to close it.
Another tactical in for the Ninjas side, who are now starting to run out of cash. Lose this one, Eco. We go to full 24-round distance. So ideally, win it from here. Beestick playing Overwatch in connected position, flashbangs against the two players at underpass. Turned away from. No chance to strike him down. Beestick now support the A defensive. Once again, the lean in from the Ninja's side. Joski inserted towards the mid window, seeing that AWP rotating away. The distraction's good enough for Beestick to get that kill in. Finally, an advantage on an A defensive. Can Sinners hold it forever, though? Player over at Sandwich, caught by Stress on Kisserek. Takes another one down. Vesta with a swing out, but Rod caught in the meantime. Stands alone in the 1v4. One player close, shoulders being baited. He tries to continue to spray, but ultimately fails in doing so. The Sinners clinging on for dear life, clinging on for overtime. Young Ninjas don't have the cash to buy again. Save, buy the next, and take us the full distance of regulation.
And you can see the vision right there from Joski. They've not played into window very often. We've not seen boosts in. If he gets that first kill in cleanly and then transitions against the rotator, that's just round finished. It's over from one individual move. And he just gets drawn, he hesitates slightly, doesn't know if he wants to pre-aim jungle, pre-aim the rotator, and he ends up getting caught in between two. Now there's quite a few AKs to be held here for Sinners.
Oh, decent deagle for Joski. 18 deep in this map up, top performer in the series for his side. Will lose note in the interim though. One peek up from Con. And now a Glock tries to act out from teams. He's seen that AWP player. Certainly has done now, but Moto takes him down from range. Better advantage with weapons and all. Man advantage taken by Sinners as a result.
Still fairly aggressive here from Stress On. They're not just playing deep and crossfiring in the bomb sites. They're still trying to create some activity towards mid.
Beestick seeing two. Joski with another. Modo's AWP needs to shut him down soon. Pressured. Joski's deagle taking head after head. They got rifles now. M4 fighting. And Vesta's put down by Modo. But Joski's got an AK, so has Rod. The better weapons are still in play for the T side. Sinners. I know that the bomb's been isolated, held back towards shore. Joski's got to cover him on his way into the bomb site now. Low HP for Modo and all. Where does it get planted? Open. Could be housed by Connector. Shock just misses his chance, misses the window. And the Ninjas have a chance to close.
Joski had an ace out on Nuked, dropped 22 kills. He might match that again with another ace.
Low HP, he's playing off contact. Rod may have to deal the killing blows though. Joski, hyper passive. No utility for these two T-side players, but only one flashbang for the T same. Modo core. Rod goes down and Joski lands a quadra. Pistols are all you need. Joski's all you need. His deagle takes upset of the tournament so far as Sinners are forced to play in round 5 and the Young Ninjas will take their place in the play-ins of the Conquest of Prague.
And respect is the only thing that you can give towards this Young Ninjas side. This is a hell of an upset and such a good performance from Joski. 22 and 14, 102.5 ADR in the last map, and then goes 21 and 14 again. The Finn, who's not often in active positions, anchors bomb sites, but absolutely ripped back-to-back maps to get the upset over Sinners.
I was going to say that as well. We're usually looking at Note as being key star of the Young Ninjas side, and it's just like, well, stand aside, Belgium. Finland's here to play. Excellent work from Joski in the end of that one, and the series MVP by far and away. What an upset this is. This changes a lot of things in my eyes, because the Sinners now, this is 2 losses in a row in series that you really should have been winning. You mentioned they shouldn't have had much business to lose out to the Sashi side. I can forgive it somewhat. Sashi are an established team. This is a Young Ninjas Academy team that were not even ranked in the top 100 this morning, with a missing IGL that have somehow managed to take down a major qualifying side. How the hell is that acceptable?
It definitely isn't, right? This isn't acceptable. I don't think there's any excuse under the sun that would allow a result like this. And for Sinners, are they just cursed in this Conquest of Prague circuit? Because they were here last year. They couldn't even get out of the open qualifiers with a good team. They really should have, at bare minimum, made the online stage of the tournament. They come here, and the only teams they've beaten is, what, Johnny Speeds in a best of 1 and Clutch Chain, which is washed up Scream & Co. I mean, that's it. To lose to Sashi and to lose to Young Ninjas, there is nothing that is pretty about that at all. This is very negative for Sinners.
100%. Like, I don't even know what to say anymore. Like, I'm genuinely just a little bit shell-shocked, honestly. Like, I didn't expect this at all. I thought if there was any match that was going to be close, it was KOLESIE Unity. It ended up being the most one-sided of the day, and the Sinners would absolutely blow out Young Ninjas. And it felt like they were on course to do that with how Dust 2 went down. But I'm just kind of, again, shocked that Ninjas did what they did on that nuke. A map that they didn't even pick in the series, then come back on Mirage with all the confidence in the world. And look, the Young Guns, the kids are right now. Like, that was incredible showings from them. And I don't know if it'll be sustainable. I don't think it's going to be perfect in terms of returning. I don't know if they're going to maintain much in the play-ins. But for now, you're on cloud nine, boys. They are absolutely, like, so stoked with how this series has happened.
Well, you just need to treat these next few days as a pure flow state, right? I mean, Joski's talking about it. You can't team prac at the moment because you don't have an in-game leader. So what you're really doing is pugging, maybe thinking about keeping your individuals sharp, and once you get in game, just focusing on communication. Now, we know that there's quite a few teams out there in Tier 2. Illwill's a perfect example. When you, let's say, don't have an in-game leader, it is just pure vibes. Everyone calls around themselves, everyone's creating impact, and that's when you can start winning games. Now, I think here for the Young Ninjas, we were seeing almost everyone step up. I mean, Teen as an A anchor was having a lot of multi-frags in that first half. Rudd slowed down, but he's a really aggressive piece. He's someone that just wants to take fights all the time. Vesta was anchoring B for the majority of that first half, and even when he was jump spotting, we were still seeing multi-frags out of him. They had that round where Sinners tried to accelerate up short, and he just gets 3 instant. So everyone's providing a lot of individual form, and that's what's required to cause upsets against good teams.
And an upset against the good team is exactly what they just did right here for the Ninjas side. I tip my hat towards them because it was supremely unexpected. And they'll move on to the play-ins. The Sinners will have to play out in round 5 of the Swiss stages now, which is another series they're going to have to try and get through. It means that their seed is definitely going to be pretty crap for the actual play-ins itself if they do make it through that best of 3, which at this point, no promises, boys and girls, with the way that things have panned out for them. And so, like, their chance to make it to this LAN gets even more difficult from here. So, look, keep your eyes on how round 5 is going to pan out, because again, I don't know if Sinners are going to be able to do it with how things look today. They need to lock in, seriously lock in now.
Well, there's some very good teams that can follow. I mean, I just even think about what some of the draws could look like. We might not see a Fnatic, an Eyeball as Sinners, one of those few teams just at the LAN itself. I think there's some very good squads in this competition, but with how some of these upsets are going down, especially with Sashi going 3-0, we've already seen the surprises and they're not slowing down.
Indeed, they're not. I wonder if tomorrow might deliver any surprises. We've got the former ESC boys in Walzaki taking on Eyeballers. Imagine the heavy favoritism towards Eyeballers in that series as well in our final of the 2-1 games. And then immediately after that, we move into the 1 and 2 matches. Elimination up for Fnatic as they take on Tricked, trying to recover their season here in the Conquest of Prague, but easily the toughest of the draws for that favourites organization, I guess you could say. And don't know if they're favourites in the series itself. But that will be the first of the eliminating matches, and I think, Greg, we're going to have our eyes set on Fnatic for that one. For me personally, I imagine it's the same for you as well.
Yeah, I think Tricked will come in as the favourites. I mean, Iceberg was a part of Sashi for such a long period of time, and Tricked when they were. He's now come back to his old organisation, working with some newer pieces. You've got some youth in that team of Leaks as well. Head coach Regin, very experienced. They'll look at that match saying, we need to prepare very well. We need to be ready for Fnatic. It's not an easy game, but it's very winnable for the Danes. They are my favourites in that one.
And if Young Ninjas can beat out the likes of Sinners, anyone can beat anyone here in the Conquest of Prague. We'll see you back here tomorrow for hopefully even more surprises as round 4 rolls on. We look to find another team through to the play-ins here. Thanks for joining us tonight. We'll see you back here tomorrow as the Swiss stage continues.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, Chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Tati, už jsem to vymyslel. Nemusíme tady mrznout, už vím, jak můžeme letat.
No to půjde těžko bez křídel.
Máš pravdu, ale proto tady mám Red Bull. A ten nám dá křídla. Stačí, když se napijeme.
Aha, a jak asi?
Ale tati, prostě se napij. Počkat. A co to je?
Co to je? 40 pod nulou to je. Nebo jsi smyslel, že tady zůstáváme jen tak pro zábavu?
Red Bull vám dává křídla, ale jen když ho piješ.